Sería mirar si a la señora vicepresidenta la escuchan allá. Hablar para decir que la escuchan.
Estoy escuchando una música ahí.
Buenos días. Good morning, everybody. It's been a
Good
little bit
morning.
chaotic this morning. I apologize for that. Fue una mañana un poco compleja.
It's been a bit of a chaotic morning. I
Excusas correspondientes por la
do
demora.
apologize for the
I apologize
delays.
for the delays, but it is
Buenos
absolutely out
días.
of our control.
¿Cómo me escuchan, por favor?
We'll start in hopefully in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Buenos días. Sebastián, ¿me escuchas? ¿Cómo me escuchan? Sebastián. Sebastián, ¿cómo estás? Buenos días. Estoy aquí verificando. Ok, listo, perfecto. La bandera se ve bien. La bandera se ve bien ahí. ¿Dónde está?
nuevamente una actualización.
Again, we have some news. We will be beginning this session in a couple of minutes. The minister is on her way here. She had some issues on her way here, but she has told us that we can already begin. So we will be beginning this session in about 5 minutes, and she will join us as soon as she arrives. You know how heavy traffic here in Bogota, in addition to last-minute government issues, but she is already on her way. We will be beginning in 5 to 10 minutes at most, and the minister will join us immediately. Thank you.
Por supuesto. Hello, hello. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Todos los saludos protocolarios. Pero haz lo que te salga. It's okay. Probando 1, 2 y 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. See? All good? Yay. a todos aquí. Antes de dar apertura a este tercer diálogo interregional acerca de la educación y el desarrollo, quisiera compartir algunos mensajes importantes. Decirles que contamos con interpretación simultánea en español, en inglés y en francés. Si necesitan la interpretación, no duden en pedir un dispositivo. Serán días intensos e inspiradores, sobre todo este primer día. Por eso ofrecemos café constantemente, pausa del café, con refrigerio y almuerzo para todos. Al final de la jornada de hoy habrá un cóctel de bienvenida que será una maravillosa oportunidad para experimentar la influencia africana en Colombia en materia de las comidas y la música. Los segundos y tercer días están diseñados especialmente para instar a la participación activa y al diálogo enriquecido entre los participantes durante las sesiones paralelas. En este momento, quiero invitar a mi colega de Obreal, Apyio Okiwiri, para que dé apertura a la conferencia. Su Excelencia, señora Vicepresidenta, a la Ministra de Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación, al Comisionado de Educación, de Ciencia, Tecnología y Educación de la Unión Africana, señoras, señores, excelencias, habiendo dado todos los saludos protocolarios. Es un enorme honor estar aquí ante ustedes el día de hoy, representantes de la educación, quienes se dedican a hacer avanzar la educación en nuestros continentes. La educación sigue siendo la piedra angular del desarrollo, de la innovación y de la transformación social. Permítanme, por lo tanto, dar esta apertura al tercer diálogo interregional acerca de la educación y el desarrollo. Esta es una plataforma que junta a legisladores, educadores y aliados y socios del desarrollo para compartir ideas, para fortalecer la colaboración y para reafirmar el compromiso colectivo con la transformación de los sistemas educacionales para garantizarnos un futuro sostenible e incluyente. El diálogo, coorganizado por Obreal, por el Gobierno de Colombia, por la Comisión de la Unión Africana, por la Asociación de Universidades Africanas, por ASCUN, y en conjunto con UNESCO y la Asamblea General, también en alianza con el Gobierno de Cataluña, la DAD, la IDRC de Canadá, aquí en la Universidad EAN. Representa más que una simple reunión de instituciones. Representa un espacio colaborativo y político que define cómo se relacionan, cómo cooperan y cómo se imaginan un futuro compartido nuestras regiones. Le asocio desde el LAN al diálogo Todo esto viene en un momento en el que la confianza global y el multilateralismo están siendo puestos a prueba, de lo que somos testigos, y se sostiene como un acto de innovación política, como una demostración de que la cooperación y de que la innovación política se ven renovadas gracias a la participación democrática y a los mecanismos que la facilitan, al construir y fortalecer la resiliencia multilateral. Este diálogo interregional propone una nueva forma de participar, una que tiende puentes entre las iniciativas bilaterales y los marcos globales. Proviene de una cooperación que es policéntrica, plural y que mira hacia adelante. Conecta además nuestras diversas historias, nuestras tradiciones y nuestros sistemas de conocimiento entre África, América Latina y el Caribe, Europa y más allá.
En esta visión, el multilingüismo no es solamente una necesidad práctica, sino también un compromiso político y ético. Reconocemos que cada idioma implica su propia manera de entender el mundo y que el verdadero diálogo exige la igualdad entre voces y culturas.
Es una idea transformadora. Hay muchos sures y muchos nortes, y cada región tiene su conocimiento, pero también tiene responsabilidad en avanzar para el desarrollo del mundo. Cada región tiene conocimiento, sí, pero también responsabilidad para darle forma al desarrollo del mundo. Hablando Swahili. Universities and their researchers are at the very core of this transformation. They are not simple observers of development, but rather active agents of change. And they build bridges between investigation, public policy making, and societies at large. Through this collective commitment, they shape that which Obreal defines as diplomacy of knowledge. A diplomacy that thinks of knowledge and insights as a common good, and that thinks of dialogue as the basis of peace and justice. De Barcelona a Buenos Aires, a Windhoek, Addis Abeba y ahora Bogotá. Este viaje interregional ha construido una plataforma que es política y humana. Es una red de confianza, es un marco de resiliencia multilateral y es un espacio de reflexión colectiva y de acción colectiva. El diálogo de Bogotá no es el fin del proceso, simplemente un peldaño. Como parte de un esfuerzo más amplio para renovar la cooperación como emprendimiento global. Las charlas y debates que se darán aquí en Bogotá no permanecerán aisladas. Sus resultados alimentarán reflexiones más amplias en torno a la cooperación y el desarrollo internacionales, lo que incluye el Grupo de Armonización de Donantes, el Equipo Europa y otros foros globales. Simultáneamente, el diálogo permanece abierto para integrar recomendaciones y perspectivas tomadas de otros procesos regionales y multilaterales, lo que garantiza la coherencia, el aprendizaje mutuo y la rendición de cuentas colectiva. Si miramos hacia adelante, el proceso ha de continuar en su esfuerzo de ampliar su alcance geográfico y político, acogiendo a nuevos socios y nuevas regiones que compartan esa aspiración conjunta de un orden mundial más incluyente y más equilibrado. Quiero nombrar a las regiones árabes y mediterráneas, espacios donde las culturas, las economías y las historias convergen y que supone un horizonte muy importante para el diálogo interregional. Sin embargo, esto no debe verse como una barrera ni una división, pues estamos trabajando todos conjuntamente. Debe verse más bien como una y varias oportunidades para consolidar la cooperación, para fomentar la cercanía y para transformar las posibles tensiones, para convertirlas en marcos de avance y progreso compartidos. Al reafirmar esta visión, el diálogo interregional supone un llamado a la responsabilidad colectiva y una forma de recordarnos que el desarrollo y la paz no pueden separarse y que el diálogo en sí mismo es un acto político de construcción, de resiliencia y de esperanza. And now, before calling on Madam Vice President of the Republic of Colombia and on Nicolas Patrici, Director of Strategy at Obreal, to the stage, I would like to wrap up in Swahili, a language that is deeply rooted in our African heritage, a language that transcends colonial constructs beyond the frontiers and that personifies the unity of lands that have been shaped by our ancestors and traditions. Hablando en Swahili.
Kwa uchangamfu na ukarimu ambao umetukaribisha katika nchi yenu. Umetoa jukwaa lenye nguvu ambalo linakuza sauti za wanawake ambao hata katika enzi hii ya kisasa wanaendelea kusukuma mipaka na kuunda mustakabali na ujasiri na azma. Mkusanyiko huu unasimama kama ushuhuda wa kuleta sauti zote mezani, kuchangia maendeleo, sio pekee katika elimu ya juu, bali katika nyanja ya jamii zetu. Tunapojitihadi pamoja kuelekeza ulimwengu wa haki na usawa zaidi. Kwa maana, kama ilivyosema na wazee wetu kwa busara, mkono moja haulei mwana. Hivi sasa tunaonana na tunatambuana. Asanteni sana. So, not to forget where I am.
Bien, para no perder la orientación, me referiré ahora en español.
Señora Vicepresidenta, gracias, señora
Thank you,
Ministra.
Your
por la
Excellency,
calidez
Madam Vice
y
President.
generosidad.
Thank you, Madam Minister, for the warmth and generosity with which you have welcomed us to your beautiful country. You have provided a very powerful platform that amplifies the voices of women who, even in this modern age, continue to break through barriers and to shape the future with a great deal of courage and determination. This meeting is testament to the spirit of inclusion, and it brings together all necessary voices to contribute to development, not just development of higher education, but also of all realms of our societies, while we continue to fight together for a more just and equitable world. As says the saying, a single hand alone cannot raise a child. Now, we are seeing each other, we are recognizing each other. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Apyio.
Thank you very much. You may sit down. Now, I invite Nicolas Patrici, Director of Strategy and Development at Obreal, to the stage.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Bonjour. Sean bienvenidos a esta tercera edición.
Welcome to this third edition of the Interregional Dialogue.
Believe me, it is a great honor for Obreal to see all of you here. This is a process that, as my colleague Apyio said, is the result of an effort put forth by many of those who are in this room, including many governments and states, and especially we'd like to mention, well, that this is a process of political dialogue and therefore has had the participation of many state actors, not just ECLAC's pro tempore chairs, but also the African Union's Commission.
Not only coming to Colombia, not only hosting the dialogue last year in Addis, also for coming to Argentina back in 2023 and in Barcelona in 2022. It is important to mention that while today the Colombian government is occupying the CELAC presidency, and as we will start now, the Vice President of the Republic of Colombia, as the Minister of Education, of Science and Technology and Innovation of Colombia, is welcoming us. There were other ministries in Latin America that also welcomed us. Last year, the government of Brazil participated actively in the dialogue in Addis, hosted by the African Union Commission. And in 2020, thanking you all really deeply for the effort that you have been making during the last years to sustain this activity. Now it is a great honor and pleasure for me to share with you two panelists that are not in the stage. We all might understand that being a vice president of a country is probably much more complicated than being standing here talking. But I know that the vice president of the Republic of Colombia is online, and she will be participating live online in a few minutes. I'm waiting them to give me the okay. And also, and this is also an expression of political commitment from the African Union Commission, the deputy chairperson, Ms. Selma Hadidi, wanted to attend the dialogue. Traveling from Addis to Bogota is already complicated. She has formally delegated that responsibility in written to the Vice President of Colombia, to the Commissioner of Education, Science and Technology of the African Union, Mr. Gaspard Banyankimbona, who you will meet soon. But she sent us a message. So I would like to... Voy a cambiar de idioma porque me avisan que la señora vicepresidenta está ya...
I'm switching languages because I'm told that the Vice President of Colombia is already online. Again, Madam Vice President, thank you from all of us. And before yielding to the Madam Vice President, Ms. Francia Marquez, I'd like to ask that you please listen to the message sent by the Deputy Chairperson, Selma Hadidi, from Addis Ababa.
Your Excellency Francia Marquez, Vice President of the Republic of Colombia, high-level delegates from Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Europe, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. I bring you warm greetings from the African Union Commission and from our chairperson, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf. I would sincerely have wished to join you in person in Bogota for this historic gathering. However, I am honored to convey, on behalf of the entire African Union leadership, our strong commitment to the vision and objectives of this dialogue. Allow me, therefore, to highlight the following. First, reimagining partnerships between our regions. The third Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean Interregional Dialogue on Higher Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation represents a pivotal moment. For too long, international cooperation has been structured around North-South relationships, with countries of the Global South positioned as recipients rather than equal partners and co-creators of solutions. Today, we have the opportunity to write a different story. Latin America, Africa, and the Caribbean are natural partners, united by shared histories of resilience, common structural challenges, and above all, a shared determination to chart our own course toward prosperity, dignity, and self-reliance. The African Union believes that the 21st century must be the century of a truly multipolar world, a world in which excellence, innovation, and leadership are recognized and nurtured in all regions. Second, our greatest asset is our youth. Our continents are home to the world's youngest and most dynamic populations. These young people are an asset to be invested in, empowered, and entrusted with shaping our shared future. The decisions we are to make today, particularly in education, skills development, and innovation, will define the trajectory of our regions for generations to come. Third, education as the foundation for interregional partnerships. Education must be at the heart of our cooperation. It is great equalizer and the bedrock of sustainable, inclusive development. The African Union has placed education at the core of Agenda 2063, our continental blueprint for the Africa we want. Earlier this year, at the 37th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly, we officially launched the African Union Decade of Education and Skills Development 2025-2034, a decade of accelerated action to transform Africa's human capital in line with our socio-economic and industrialization ambitions. This decade is guided by a number of comprehensive strategies and policy frameworks that will be presented to you in detail during this dialogue. You may then wish to explore how they can serve as platforms for concrete collaboration with you, our partners in Latin America and the Caribbean, through joint research, student and faculty mobility, mutual recognition of qualifications, and co-development of digital and innovation ecosystems. Fourth, our call for concrete action. What I wish to emphasize is this. The African Union comes to this dialogue as an equal partner ready to contribute with ideas, experience, institutional capacities, and resources. Over the coming days, I encourage you to move beyond declarations of goodwill, identify actionable mechanisms, funding instruments, policy harmonization frameworks, university, consortia, or innovation corridors that can deliver transformative outcomes for our people. The challenges we face, from climate change, digital transformation, youth unemployment, gender inequality, etc., are transnational in nature. They demand collective intelligence, sustained partnerships, and shared investments. And equally important, prosperity must be co-created and shared. Knowledge flourishes when it flows freely across borders, cultures, and disciplines. Distinguished delegates, this dialogue offers us a rare and valuable opportunity to reimagine the future of interregional cooperation among our universities, researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, and most critically, our youth. The African Union stands ready to walk this journey with you. We are eager to learn, to share, and to build together a future where every young person, whether in Nairobi, Cape Town, Bogota, Algiers, Dakar, Kingston, Sao Paulo, or Kinshasa, can access quality education, acquire relevant skills, and realize their full potential. I wish you a productive, inspiring, and action-oriented dialogue. May you and your discussions be candid, your ideas bold, and your commitments tangible. I look forward to the outcome of your deliberations and to working alongside with you to turn our shared vision in reality. Thank you, muchas gracias, merci beaucoup, asante sana, obrigado.
Muchísimas gracias a la señora diputada.
We want to thank the Deputy Vice Chair of the Commission of the African Union, of the African Union Commission. It is a pleasure for me and for Obreal to welcome, even though it's in a virtual manner, we want to welcome the Vice President of Colombia, Madam Francia Marquez. Madam Vice President, allow me to tell you 3 things before I can give the floor to you. This political dialogue in education and development It's not just a process of technical discussion. It is a process of integration or cultural reintegration. We understand that your administration is promoting a series of clear policies in this regard, and I want to express our support and commitment towards this objective. The second comment, Madam Vice President, is that in this room, perhaps you have many friends that you are not acquainted with, friends that have traveled from far away, taking pretty much impossible flights to get here. And this shows that you and your administration doesn't just have friends in Latin America and the Caribbean, but that you also have them in Africa, Europe, and Northern America and other countries. To conclude, and of course, I apologize for taking more of your time, we would like you to know, Madam Vice President, that everything that we will do here and that we will discuss, as well as the results and outcomes obtained, will always be at the service of Colombia, Latin America, the Caribbean, and its universities, especially of its citizens. The purpose of this dialogue is to create cooperation mechanisms to help most vulnerable populations to achieve more, so that we can shed light on those who are not visible, here in Africa, in the Caribbean, Europe, or elsewhere. Madam Vice President, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias
Thank
por
you
esas palabras.
very much for
Quiero
those wonderful
empezar
remarks.
saludando con alegría que nuestro país esté haciendo este diálogo sobre educación y desarrollo en América Latina, el Caribe, África y Europa. Quiero saludar al comisario de Educación, Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación de la Unión Africana, Su Excelencia Banyankimbona. Gracias por estar aquí, gracias por liderar este importante encuentro entre regiones del mundo. Un saludo a los embajadores y jefes de las misiones diplomáticas acreditadas en Colombia, al embajador de la Unión Europea, François Roudier, embajadora de Canadá, Elizabeth Williams, embajadora de la República Argelina Democrática Popular, Abderrahmane Tamer. Saludo a los señores y señoras miembros de la Unión Africana, ministras, ministros y representantes de nivel de 9 países africanos que hoy hacen presencia en nuestro país. ¿Será que me están escuchando?
Sí, aquí.
Ok. Directores de la Estrategia de Desarrollo Obreal, Nicolás Patrice, muchas gracias por su apoyo para que este encuentro sea posible. Quiero saludar de manera muy especial también a la rectora de la Universidad EAM, Brigitte Batista, al director de Ciencias, Tecnología e Innovación de la Unión Africana, Saidou Madougou, al rector de la Universidad Panafricana, Jan Colindati, a los representantes de las organizaciones de las organizaciones de las universidades. Un saludo a las Naciones Unidas para la Educación, la Ciencia y la Cultura, UNESCO, a los rectores, rectoras, profesores, profesoras de las universidades de Colombia, de África, de Latinoamérica, del Caribe, de Europa y las de Norteamérica. Saludo a los funcionarios del gobierno de Colombia, a la señora ministra de Ciencias, Tecnología e Innovación de Colombia que acaba de llegar, Ángela Yesenia Olaya Riquene. Saludo a la vicepresidenta de la Comisión de la Unión Africana que expresa sus palabras que compartimos en video, su excelencia Salma Malika Andadou. Saludo al ministro de Educación Superior e Innovación e Investigación en Ciencias de la República Árabe de Egipto, su excelencia Mohamed Ayman Achur, y a todos los presentes en este importante encuentro. Quiero empezar planteando darles la bienvenida en nombre de nuestro presidente y del pueblo colombiano. Para Colombia es un honor recibir a todas las delegaciones que hoy hacen presencia en Bogotá para tratar un tema tan importante que es el centro de nuestra política y tiene que ver con la educación. La educación como una apuesta para cerrar las brechas de inequidad y desigualdad, la educación como un camino para generar oportunidades hacia el desarrollo económico y social de la población y la educación como una apuesta de emancipación sobre sistemas de opresión coloniales, esclavistas y racistas. Desde ese punto de vista, quiero mencionar como la primera mujer afrodescendiente que África está en nuestras venas, en América Latina y en el Caribe. Está en el corazón de mi país, en el centro de nuestra historia, en el alma de nuestra cultura y en la fuerza que todos los días hace que nuestro pueblo siga sembrando la esperanza de un país y de un mundo mejor. Nuestro gobierno ha venido impulsando una política centrada en la restauración de la dignidad del pueblo afrodescendiente, del pueblo indígena, del pueblo campesino, la dignidad para las mujeres y la dignidad para todos los que han vivido la exclusión, la marginación, el abandono y la violencia. Como primera mujer negra o afrodescendiente de Colombia que ocupa la vicepresidenta, he asumido la función de adelantar una política maravillosa que es la política bajo la estrategia de reconexión entre Colombia, África 2022-2026, como una hoja de ruta que nos permite tejer con este continente madre en términos de la diplomacia, el intercambio comercial, el intercambio de educación, el intercambio cultural, el intercambio para el turismo, para el desarrollo de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación. En ese sentido, debo decir que no hay desarrollo sostenible sin reconocimiento del otro, sin justicia social, como tampoco puede haber justicia social sin que el conocimiento, la educación sean esenciales para las transformaciones de las injusticias sociales que vive la población. Por eso trabajamos por una educación inclusiva, intercultural y de calidad, que reconozca e incorpore las diversidades del saber, promueva el pensamiento crítico y fortalezca las capacidades científicas de nuestros pueblos. El tipo de cooperación que promueve Colombia es una cooperación horizontal, solidaria, de respeto y de beneficio mutuo. Por eso celebramos este tercer diálogo interregional que para nosotros significa un acto de reconocimiento y de reconexión con nuestras raíces africanas, una oportunidad para reconstruir la memoria común y proyectar hacia un futuro compartido de dignidad e igualdad. Este encuentro de hoy se enmarca en la presidencia pro tempore de la CELAC que ocupa Colombia y es un ejemplo del compromiso que tenemos con una política de integración entre los pueblos del sur. Por eso hemos iniciado conversaciones con la Unión Africana para construir agendas comunes de desarrollo e inclusión, basados en la ciencia, en la cooperación universitaria, en la innovación tecnológica. Desde la presidencia pro tempore de la CELAC, actualmente a cargo de Colombia, impulsamos el fortalecimiento de las relaciones birregionales con Europa. Estamos a punto de la próxima semana adelantar nuestra cumbre CELAC Europa y en marzo del próximo año estamos trabajando de manera ardua para que en un hecho histórico, por primera vez, haya una cumbre entre CELAC, Unión Africana. Hacemos extensiva la invitación a que ustedes sean partes y protagonistas principales de lo que serán los compromisos trazados entre estas dos regiones, América Latina, el Caribe y el continente africano. La educación, como ya dije, desde una apuesta de emancipación, desde una apuesta transformadora, de oportunidades, pero también una apuesta para la construcción de la paz. Quiero aprovechar este espacio para resaltar que Colombia siempre estará al lado de la paz, que Colombia siempre apostará por la justicia social. En estos tiempos de violencia e incertidumbre reafirmamos nuestra convicción de que no hay alternativa distinta a construir la paz en nuestro país, la paz en nuestra región y la paz en el mundo. Y la educación es fundamental para seguir estableciendo los cimientos de la justicia social que contribuyan a la construcción de la paz. En estos tiempos que atraviesa el mundo, debemos trabajar por mantener unidos en torno a la paz, la igualdad y la equidad. En Colombia sabemos de lo que significa el desplazamiento forzado, la exclusión, la negación de los derechos y, sobre todo, la violación a los derechos humanos. Vemos también que la paz no se impone, que la paz se construye entre iguales, con dignidad y con respeto. Quiero agradecer al Ministerio de Tecnología e Innovación de Colombia, a las universidades, a la red de universidades de Colombia, latinoamericanas, caribeñas, que han entendido la necesidad de tejernos en la diversidad desde lo cultural para reafirmar el conocimiento, el saber como una apuesta de cambio y de transformación. Quiero agradecer también a Obreal por ser ese puente entre regiones, por conectar instituciones y por facilitar el diálogo que hoy nos convoca. A la Unión Africana por este esfuerzo en seguir construyendo juntos. A todos ustedes, gracias por su presencia, por el esfuerzo de venir desde tan lejos. Sé que venir desde África acá toma más de 40 horas. pero sé que lo hacen con la convicción, con el corazón bien puesto y con el compromiso de seguir construyendo al mejoramiento de la condición de vida de nuestras poblaciones en cada uno de los países. Gracias por estar en Colombia. Deseo que este encuentro nos permita seguir tejiendo hermandad, articulación, seguir propiciando intercambios. Como decía, quiero invitarles a que sean parte de la cumbre que vamos a realizar en marzo del próximo año, entre el 17 y el 21 de marzo, la cumbre, la primera cumbre entre Unión Africana y la CELAC. Quiero agradecer a todos porque esta acción es una demostración de que vale la pena haber diseñado la política desde el gobierno de Colombia en términos de la reconexión con el continente africano. Como mujer afrodescendiente, que tengo una raíz que conecta con el continente africano, que sabemos que el colonialismo y la esclavitud arrancó a nuestras familias, que sabemos el dolor de lo que implica el racismo y la exclusión, quiero decir que el mejor camino de esa reconexión es la apuesta a la educación. Es permitir el intercambio científico, tecnológico, es permitir el intercambio cultural y sobre todo el intercambio en los conocimientos que heredamos como descendientes del continente madre África. Deseo que este día sea un día de muchos éxitos, de muchas articulaciones, y quiero de verdad, de corazón, agradecerle a todas las universidades de Colombia, de América Latina, de África, de Europa, por este gran encuentro y por esta gran política que pone en diálogo el saber, el conocimiento científico, el conocimiento tradicional, que hace que cada día nuestras naciones sean más fuertes y que hacen que cada día la esperanza se siga sembrando. Seguimos trabajando juntos hasta que la dignidad se haga costumbre. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President of the Republic of Colombia, Her Excellency Francia Marquez. Thank you for your opening remarks. Thank you for inviting us to the CELAC and African Union Summit in March next year. I'm sure everyone has jotted it down in their agendas and schedules, and surely your remarks will inspire the conversations and the dialogues that will take place over the course of these few days. I know your team has put together a very special surprise for all of us this evening, Madam Vice President, so that we all get a chance to experience the tastes and the smells and the music, the sounds that continue to help that bridge flourish between Colombia and Africa. I would like to yield to my boss, Juan Guillermo, who will tell us how we will continue to move on with the opening remarks by other presenters, as well as messages by the commissioner and the minister. In moving on with the opening ceremony, I'd like to ask that, and I'm honored to ask, that Minister Yesenia Olaya of Science, Technology, and Innovation from the Republic of Colombia please come up to the stage.
the African Union. Now I would like to invite to the stage Olusula Oyewole, Secretary General of the Association of African Universities. I would like to invite to Olubukola Babalola, Vice President for Africa of OWSD UNESCO. Brigitte Baptiste, Rector of EAN University. And Oscar Dominguez, Executive Director of ASCUN, Colombia. Now, I give the floor to Oscar Dominguez from ASCUN.
Muy buenos días para todas.
Good morning, everyone of all genders. Let me please
Con mis colegas de Obreal
say that
dar un muy corto mensaje en virtud del
I and my colleagues from Obreal
antecedido quienes me han
would like to thank those who have spoken before me and who have started to connect the spirit and motivation of this meeting. Breaking a bit with the protocol, I want to reiterate our gratefulness from the Colombian Association of Universities and rectors of Colombian universities, with all of you and to all of you, to all European universities and institutions that come together sometimes for the third and fourth times. We also want to especially thank the rectors who are here today, and very especially the OWSD. Thank you so much for being here, for being a part of this conversation. Also, our host, Brigitte Baptiste, who has provided this space. And of course, we want to thank, and we will thank them again. And I know I'm breaking all protocols. I'm being given stinky looks. But I want to thank Obreal's team that has dedicated so many months to make this possible in tandem with ASCUN. We want to thank you, Madam Vice President of the Republic of Colombia, Ms. Francia Marquez. It isn't very often that those of us who work at education institutions get the chance to greet you firsthand, and your remarks make us think of the transformations that are being undertaken in Colombia. Thank you so much, Madam Vice President. We also want to thank the person who has made all of this possible, Minister Yesenia Olaya. You have been the one who, after Addis Ababa, put forth the commitment, the institutional effort, the logistics effort and the very many meetings that have made this meeting possible. Surely, your stay in Bogota will be memorable and will be very important as part of the agenda that Obreal Global has set forth for our countries. These interregional dialogues on education and development, which we are promoting at Obreal, are a very important initiative, for cooperation, academic and scientific alike. These spaces that bring together Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Europe arise from a conviction that the modern challenges like inequality, climate change, digitalization, sustainability, gender equality, and transformation education systems cannot be tackled from an isolated perspective or perspectives that focus on North-South communications alone. These dialogues we have thought of as strategic platforms where governments, universities, and multilateral organizations can co-create joint development, research, and innovation agendas beyond the traditional frameworks of vertical cooperation. On behalf of ASCUN, on behalf of Colombia's university system, we continue to support this process, and we hope that this meeting and this gathering is yet again a step towards getting to know our regions better in such a way that we can better integrate and work jointly. For the Colombian Association of Universities and Obreal Global, who are key players in this edition of the dialogue, there is no doubt that leadership in education systems as the ones that we have present here today, including the Colombian government and the international networks, a special greetings to our colleagues from Enlaces, the higher education association for Latin America and the Caribbean. We want to assure you that Colombian universities are open to working with you. So welcome to all of you of all genders, and thank you for being here in Colombia, the country of beauty. Thank you so much, Oscar Dominguez. I'd like to yield to Dr. Brigitte Baptiste. Good morning, everyone. I think that we are a small university in a corner of Latin America, and having the opportunity to host this meeting is an enormous honor. You honor us by being here, and I want to thank you. I want to thank Vice President Marquez. I want to thank our Minister Olaya. Thank you for trusting us to host these dialogues. I won't dwell too much in thanking everyone specifically, but I want to thank you in general. I want to thank Obreal for their logistics support in making this possible. But very briefly, I would like to mention the following, and that is that we need to continue building bonds between our countries and universities via continuously discovering our cultures and unwrapping the affection with which we ought to tackle the challenges posed by our planet today. This can be done by exchanging ideas, by building empathy, by allowing our students to get to know each other, by allowing our students and our people to talk of the historical bonds that bring us together. Only then will our solidarity be significant. So, again, I'm sorry if I'm not mentioning every participant specifically, but I want to thank you all in general, and we're here to help and to support. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, Madam Rector.
allow me to say it the way we have prepared it. As the Vice President for the Africa region, it is a great honor to extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Organization for the Women in Science for the Developing World, HOS. I'm Olubukola Oloranti Babalola, and I'm delighted to represent HOS on this important occasion. HOS was founded in 1987 with a mission to promote and support the participation of women and girls in science. Today, we are proud to represent a vibrant community of over 12,000 members across numerous countries with 58 national chapters throughout the developing world. Over the years, HOS has supported women scientists through PhD and early career fellowships, awards, and most recently, through initiatives that connect women scientists from her chapters with policymakers to foster institutional and systemic impacts. This is precisely why her participation here today is so meaningful in partnership with Obreal and ASCON. This interregional dialogue on higher education between Latin America and Africa represents a unique opportunity to bridge regions, share experiences, and advance collaboration. It is in many ways the perfect partnership, bringing together outstanding women scientists from the developing world, many of whom are actively engaged in the very institution and systems we are here to discuss, to strengthen, and also to transform. For policy to be effectively taken into place, policymakers must have easy and regular access to those who will ultimately implement and benefit from their programs. And that is where our collective efforts can truly make a difference. Thank you.
El director ejecutivo de OWSD,
The executive director of OWSD, Marcelo Noel, has wanted to send a brief greetings video.
Marcelo Noel. I am the executive director of PLAS. I would like to thank you all and welcome to this important conference and dialogue organized by OWSD together with Obreal, the government of Colombia, as pro tempore presidency of CELAC, the African Union, the Colombian Association of Universities, ASCUN, and the Association of African Universities. I wish I would be there with you, but I am recording these messages from China. I would like to wish you all a wonderful experience, many conversations and dialogues, and fruitful discussions about the future of science, technology, education for the good of humanity. Thank you very much and welcome again. Thank you.
Dear Olusola, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency,
You have the floor.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Association of African Universities and our partners, I'm deeply honored to welcome you all to this third interregional dialogue on education and development here in the vibrant city of Bogota. This gathering is more than a meeting. It's a continuation of a journey that began in Barcelona, grew in Argentina, and strengthened in Addis Ababa last year. And here we are in Bogota to reaffirm a shared conviction that education, science, and innovation are the true foundation of equitable and sustainable development. As we gather across regions, language, and histories, this dialogue represents a living architecture of cooperation, one that embraces our diversities as strengths and our independencies as opportunities. It's a viable testimony that the Global South and the Global North can co-create solutions, not through aid or dependency, but through mutual respect, knowledge, diplomacy, and shared responsibility. For us in Africa, this partnership is particularly meaningful. It aligns with the African Union Agenda 2063 and the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA 2026 to 2035, which the AAU proudly supports. These frameworks remind us that Africa's transformation depends on knowledge generation, youth empowerment, and strengthened higher education systems. Through platforms like these, we are building bridges that connect African universities to their counterparts across continents. And I want to reassure you that at AAU, we shall continue to be committed to this. May our deliberations here in Bogota sow seeds of deeper cooperation, and may we live here with renewed energy to build a world where education and development truly serves humanity. Thank you, and welcome again.
After these words of welcome, it is my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Gaspard Banyankimbona, Commissioner for Education, Science, Technology and Innovation of the African Union, who is making his very first visit to Colombia, for which we are truly grateful. The floor is yours, Commissioner Banyankimbona.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Your Excellency, Francia Marquez, Vice President of the Republic of Colombia, Your Excellency Yesenia Olaya, Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Republic of Colombia, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors here present, our host, the Vice Chancellor of this university, higher education stakeholders, the Vice President of Obreal, thank you very much, the Obreal team, African Union team, and all the minds and brain behind this dialogue, all protocol observed, a very good morning to you. I wish to acknowledge the presence of this very powerful institution represented by Professor Olubukola. Thank you very much for bringing these ladies in science, and thank you very much for the impact of what we are doing. I'm told also that we have some students in the room. In Africa, we call you Generation Z. Thank you very much for being a part of this. This dialogue is for you, so you shall energetically play your role as a younger generation eager to change the course of history. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I address you today in Bogota on behalf of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and on behalf of the 55 African Union member countries. I begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to the government and people of the Republic of Colombia for their warm welcome, their willingness to prioritize partnership with Africa, and their exemplary stewardship of this historical gathering. Your Excellency, convey this message to your government. Your generosity, hospitality, vision, and unwavering commitment to South-South solidarity and interregional academic cooperation are deeply appreciated and fully reciprocated by the African Union. I also wish to commend Obreal Global for its steadfast leadership in convening this unique platform and to acknowledge the invaluable support provided by the Association of Colombian Universities, as well as many other higher education stakeholders across Colombia and throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. These dialogues, credibility, and momentum are also rooted in the fundamental work of key actors who have nurtured its vision from the outset. I wish to particularly acknowledge the pivotal role played by the former African Union Commissioner, Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation, Professor Mohamed Belosin. If you are in the room, please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. I also, in the same vein, wish to extend our appreciation to Professor Ramon and the entire Obreal team. I'm sure you are many in this room, but feel free to stand up also for recognition. We do appreciate your contribution to this dialogue. Obreal team, thank you very much. You are doing a great job. Your strategic foresight and tireless coordination of this has transformed this initiative into a trusted platform for interregional co-creation, mutual learning, and concrete partnership among Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Europe. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the strong presence here of Africa higher education bodies, including but not limited to the Association of African Universities here, le Conseil africain et malgache pour l'enseignement supérieur, the Association of Maghreb University, the Pan-African University, the Vice Chancellor is there, the Inter-University Council for East Africa, and many others demonstrate that this dialogue is both aspirational and deeply grounded in continental structure and agency. This collective ownership significantly enhances its legitimacy and increases its chances of delivering concrete and sustainable outcomes. To the organizers, I say, muchos gracias. Asanteni sana. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. On a very personal note, although this is my first time in this country, I would have come earlier. It's a great country. It's not my first encounter with this initiative. Since its inception, I was there. In Addis, I was there, and I'm here today. Throughout its second iteration in Addis Ababa, during the year of education in 2024, I have had the privilege of contributing to this process, first as the Executive Secretary of Inter-University Council for East Africa, and now as a new commissioner at African Union Commission. This continuity, beyond my personal commitment to this dialogue, reflects even more importantly the high-level priority that the African Union accords to interregional knowledge exchange and catalytic for transformation. Just a moment ago, we have been inspired by the pre-recorded message from Her Excellency Selma Malika Haddad, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and by the powerful address, and when I say powerful, I mean it, the powerful address from Her Excellency Francia Marquez, Vice President of the Republic of Colombia. Both addresses rightly remind us that the 21st century must be one of multipolarity, a century where excellence and innovation are nurtured across all regions, not dictated from one single center. Her Excellency, the Deputy Chairperson, echoed the call for concrete mechanisms, joint research, mutual recognition of qualification, student mobility, and co-developed digital ecosystem, all of which fully resonate with the African Union strategic direction that values people-to-people exchange. Indeed, education lies in the very heart of our Agenda 2063 and all other strategic document that source from it. Human capital is our focus, and we wish it to be into the engine of industrialization, climate resilience, gender equality, and inclusive growth. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you may agree with me that our shared challenges like climate disruption, digital divide, youth unemployment, and persistent inequalities know no borders. They demand collective intelligence, shared ownership, and equal partnership. So this dialogue embodies that spirit. And it's more than a conference, it's a testament that what is possible when regions grounded in shared histories of the resilience choose to move together, this shall happen. Over the coming days, let us therefore focus on actionable pathways. Number one, advancing joint research in areas of common priority such as bioeconomy, food security, renewable energy, and public health. Number two, expanding academic mobility and knowledge exchange. Number three, deepening policy peer learning on quality assurance, curriculum reforms, and digital inclusion. Number four, forging skills development and talent cultivation partnerships that align skills with real economies and empower young entrepreneurs, especially women. The African Union stands ready to institutionalize these collaborations through our continental structures, including the higher education stakeholders present here from Africa and through our strategic partnership with our Latin America and the Caribbean counterparts. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I appeal to you to seize this unique opportunity to renew our sense of solidarity and humanity and to advance towards tangible commitment to co-design projects, co-invest in talent cultivation, and co-create a polycentric knowledge ecosystem that serves our people with dignity, equity, and mutual respect. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I once again affirm our highest level commitment to this shared journey. We wish to enter into a genuine partnerships. We claim our rightful place to co-architects of common future. And I thank you very much for your trust in this dialogue, your collaboration, and your vision. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your words. At this moment, I invite you to listen to the welcoming remarks of Mrs. Yesenia Olaya, Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation of the Republic of Colombia. The floor is yours, Madam Minister.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin this brief intervention by thanking each of the authorities and country representatives who are here in this event and historical dialogue in the relationships between Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. Allow me to greet our Vice President of the Republic of Colombia, Madam Francia Marquez, and also the distinguished commissioners and representatives of the African continent to join us and to contribute to this agenda for regional integration between Latin America and the Caribbean, promoted by the national government. I would also like to thank and greet the universities, the researchers, directors, our women in science who are joining us in this event. Also, greetings to Obreal representatives, the working teams at the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation at the national government for organizing this event. Special greetings to you all on behalf of the national government and our President Gustavo Petro. who has decisively reaffirmed the commitment of our country towards fair and transformational South-South cooperation. We are not just the hosts of this third interregional dialogue for education and development, gathering delegations from more than 50 countries around Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. This gathering is a historical moment for global cooperation, where our peoples acknowledge each other as partners in the construction of a future based on knowledge, sustainability, and social justice. This dialogue takes place in a key moment for Colombia. We currently hold the pro-temporary presidency for CELAC. President Gustavo Petro has called upon the countries in the world so that we can join efforts to undertake a dialogue in cooperation. This is a dialogue focused on common challenges: climate change, energy transformation, transition, the decarbonization of the economy, but also the emergence of new technologies such as AI and digital transformation. However, in the core of this civilizational dialogue lies culture. Experts of Afro-American and Caribbean studies have called upon us to rethink and reshape the history of Latin America and Africa so that we can place our African nature as part of these discussions. First, this means that we need to start with the processes or strengthen those present ones so that we can decolonize our knowledge, so that we can establish our national states based on the supports and contributions provided by the African diaspora in this continent. We should not look at the diaspora as something from the past, but as a cyclical identity, an identity in movement that can be strengthened based on the contemporary migratory flows that are taking place in Latin America. We see migration many times connected to the human exodus explored in the world as a result of climate change and social inequalities. And Colombia also has a huge responsibility with more than 5 million Afro-Colombian displaced populations in our country. So this means that the civilizational dialogue should also focus on scientific knowledge with the ethical commitments and the historical responsibilities to materialize social justice, economic justice, and environmental justice in our nations. In this sense, we would like to extend an invitation to the governments in the world so that we can join forces in our fight against climate change. We understand that the defense for life and nature should be the pillar of a new civilizational pact. However, it should also be a new opportunity to open up the borders of knowledge. And this openness starts at our universities. The construction of intercultural universities with a continental perspective, so that we can generate scientific knowledge. This therefore means that we need to strengthen cooperation, knowledge transfer as well, so that we can face challenges that are common for us all. From the national government, under the leadership of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, we then respond to this call upon action with an active scientific effort to coordinate the capacities of the Global South to generate knowledge, technologies, and comparative solutions. As part of the dialogues that we have held with our African countries and Caribbean and Latin American countries, we have debated about 5 policies or strategic missions for humanity. First, we intend to strengthen cooperation for research when it comes to food sovereignty, and safety. We want to walk towards a public health universal system and well-being system. We also want to address the challenges by generating knowledge when it comes to biodiversity and adaptation to climate change. Of course, we must not forget that scientific education for social inclusion and also the recognition of all of us as subjects of knowledge should also allow us to materialize a science for peace. We understand this connection between science and peace as the openness to our own systems so that we can play the social inequalities in the core, which are also racial and epistemical differences that have set a difference in the participation of our populations. And in this way, we can give way to scientific ecosystems that are more inclusive and that also guarantee the recognition of human rights. However, as our commissioner from the African Union said, we should not forget about digital transformation and connectivity through fiber optics, through data, through research laboratories, which are the engine behind the huge and large scientific movements taking place around the world, and that are debating about the construction of new economic systems centered in green energies, centered in adaptability and resistance to climate change, but also in more democratic political systems that are inclusive, where all voices can be heard as equal. In this sense, we should also talk about the training of human talent. Knowledge can be transformed when we train free, creative, and critical people. This is the reason why we're promoting a comprehensive strategy from Colombia to strengthen the training for researchers, scientists, professors, and technologists by fostering academic movement and scientific exchange between Africa and the Caribbean. And I also must highlight something else. Women in science are the heart of change in our humanity. As a minister and as a scientific woman, Afro-Colombian scientific woman, I don't believe that change will be possible if women are not protagonists of this change. This is the reason why I celebrate the participation of our researchers from different countries in the world who are gathered here in our country, the country of beauty, so that we can also foster and build a shared agenda based on the contributions made by women to reduce gender gaps and also gender inequalities in the generation of scientific knowledge. From the government of Colombia, we have therefore led a scientific agenda that promotes the participation of teens, girls, and women, not just in the areas of STEM technologies, but also culture, arts, and others. We also want to foster female participation in scientific decision-making processes. We believe that science needs to strengthen the structures of critical thinking, and we need to raise awareness and raise the voices of women so that we can build a more humane, equitable, and sustainable future. From the national government of Colombia, under the leadership of President Gustavo Petro, we want to remind you all that scientific cooperation and South-South cooperation are the paths for a true transformation. We are tied to Africa because we share a history of resistance. We fight for sustainability and the dignity of our peoples. Therefore, we believe that this third interregional dialogue is not just the end, but rather the beginning of a new phase of global cooperation. From Colombia, we want to extend our hands and arms and helping hands to Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, so that we can continue building a diplomacy based on knowledge that joins our peoples and place science at the service of our humanity. Thank you very much.
Also begin to outline the path we will follow during these 3 days of dialogue. I kindly ask our distinguished guests to remain on stage for a few more minutes. At this moment, we will take the official photo of the third interregional dialogue. The picture will be taken from the stage. So I invite our authorities to please stand. Please, yes, you are the, okay, thank you. Please, to stand, looking forward. And, okay. Eloy, va a haber el, ok, un minuto me dicen que va a haber un pequeño dron, perdón. And I ask everyone in the
That's going to
audience
take
please
1
stand
minute.
with the photo and raise your hands for the photo. Usted se puede quedar así. Now, thank you very much for your cooperation. Por favor, permanezcan un
We
momento
kindly
sentados.
ask you to take your seats again.
Jack your body. Move your body. 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 Jack your body. Come on, baby, dance.
where the misfits find their groove. Differences dissolve and judgments are left at the door. So reset your mind, don't be blind. Rattles bones, the lights paint our shadows, where the misfits find their groove, where we find unity, where differences dissolve, and judgments are left at the door. So reset your mind, don't be blind. Clear your thoughts, leave them behind.
You are here to discover the deepest truth about yourself.
Secrets are weighing on me, the heaviest heart. But I can't ignore that I always.
Testing, testing. Hello, everybody. Take your time. Yeah, I'm just chatting. Don't worry. So, while we wait for everybody to come into the room, can you hear me okay? Yeah? Can we just have like... Okay, can you all hear me? I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and then I want you to say one word that describes how it felt to be in that plenary room just now with all those important people, with you in the center. Okay, are you ready? You ready? Are the TV people taking note of this? Is everybody going to get this on their Instagram? Okay. 1. There's always one. Okay. After 3, okay? After 3. 1, 2, 3. Wow, did anybody understand what that was? Let's just try. Somebody just stand up and tell us your word. And if you said the same word, stand up too. Anybody? Lily, you've got... Oh, sorry. Say. Empowering. Anybody else say that word? Stand up. Okay, another word. Awesome. Anybody else say that word? Another word. Stand up. Great. Impressive. Honored. Wow. Fantastic. Profound. Wow. I bet Eugene is the only one in this room who said the word profound. Anybody else? Sustainable. Wow. I can see that is Andres here because he's going to be really happy. He's got lots of words. Here he is. Yes, Priscilla. Global. Any other words? Excited. Phenomenal. Hope. Fascinating. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't think I should say anything because Puka already had to give me a handkerchief yesterday, and I don't want to do this. Organization, what we're gonna have now is we're going to hear from we're calling them our outgoing, because they're all very outgoing, executive board members, and they're gonna give you an overview of what they've been up to with their chapters, and then we're gonna invite in the incoming executive board members. So it's a very critical moment in this organization. And as we go through the week as well, we're going to be thinking about what do we want this governing body to do for us? Okay, and Andres is helping you think about that in the training workshops, but all of these sessions that you're going to, you should be thinking about this all the time. So, but to start, there's one person who's been very absent from this wonderful conversation that we're having, and that is our current, until a few minutes, president, OWSD president, Jennifer Thompson. So I would like to ask for Jennifer's video to come up now. Oh, there's no sound. Can you start again? Start again with the sound. It's fine, it's fine. No, it's good that they're there.
And generally increase engagement and visibility. When I took office in 2016, OWSD stood at an important point of transition. Today, 9 years later, I'm proud to say that our movement has both grown in scale, reach, and impact. Let me share with you some of the highlights of our collective growth so you can see how much we have achieved together and feel confident about our future ahead. One of the earliest visible signs of our growth is in our community size. By the end of 2022, OWSD had reached approximately 8,806 members and 51 national chapters. Just 3 years later, in 2025, our data now show more than 11,000 members and the number of national chapters has grown to 58, with 4 new chapters alone in the last 2 years in Cuba, Costa Rica, Iraq, and Argentina. In 2023, we established chapters in Burundi and Lesotho, bringing the total number of chapters in Africa to 21, a strong sign of how the OWSD network continues to deepen in this continent. Since 2021, the presence of OWSD in Latin America has grown rapidly. From 3 national chapters in 2020, OWSD has now 19 in 2025. Much of this growth has been encouraged by the work of our Vice President for Latin America and the Caribbean, Clancy Bonilla, who organized a Latin America and Caribbean Regional Leadership Summit in 2022, which brought together more than 50 women scientists across 15 countries and approved the organization of new national chapters in Venezuela, Chile, and the Dominican Republic. Our flagship fellowship programs have also demonstrated an increased impact. Our South-to-South PhD fellowship program, funded by CEDA since 1998, has been awarded 576 fellows, still active. Meanwhile, our Early Career Fellowship program, launched in 2018, has now more than 100 women fellows awarded, and in 2024 alone, 50 new early career fellowships were selected and more than 150 outreach activities were organized by early career fellowships in that year. In terms of visibility, our partner award scheme with the Elsevier Foundation has recognized 69 outstanding women scientists across the global south since 2013, raising their profiles and helping build networks and recognition for women in STEM from developing countries. What these numbers tell us is that OWSD has matured from a smaller network into a truly global, increasingly active, viable and effective platform for women scientists in the global south. With more than 11,000 members and nearly 60 national chapters now, we have far greater reach into regions and local context than when we began in 2016. But of course, numbers tell only part of the story. Behind each chapter, each fellowship, each award is a woman scientist whose career and potential have been strengthened. Our fellowships, our awards, and our national chapter activities translate into meaningful career outcomes, leadership opportunities, stronger research groups, and a stronger voice for women scientists in policy, academia, and national science systems. And in that respect, I want to highlight Colombia and the Latin American Caribbean region. The Bogotá meeting is itself a signal of our commitment to Latin America and the Caribbean. I know that many of you here and in this region are helping to deepen OWSD's reach. For example, the Colombia National Chapter, established in May 21 in Bogotá, has already been active in building local networks and connecting our global network to the Colombian science community. As I prepare to hand over the presidency, I feel confident that OWSD is in good health, ready for its next chapter, because today we stand on a far stronger foundation than we did 9 years ago in terms of membership, chapters, programs, partnerships, and visibility. But the mission remains as urgent as ever, to ensure that women scientists in the Global South are not only counted, but are seen, are supported, are heard, are leading. It is to ensure that our network continues to expand into new geographies and new fields of science, and that of our fellowship awards and governance remain relevant, agile, and inclusive. So to you and our OWSD members across the globe, I say thank you. Thank you for joining, for being active, for forming chapters, for mentoring, and for connecting. Thank you to our executive board and the secretariats for their tireless work behind the scenes. And thank you to each national chapter leader, each fellow candidate, each award winner, each mentor, and each supporter. Let us use the 7th General Assembly in Bogotá as a moment to look forward, to set new goals, to deepen our reach, to widen our impact, to lift even more women scientists in position of leadership in STEM, and to continue strengthening OWSD's role as a major force for change in science and development. I congratulate each one of you, and I look forward to hearing the outcome of this General Assembly and seeing the next phase of OWSD's journey with you all. Thank you for listening, and off you go and enjoy.
Can we just have another really big round of applause for Jennifer's 9 years? Jennifer, if you're watching this online, streaming live right now, we so appreciate you. We're so grateful for all of the hard work that you've done, and we're very sad that you are not here with us today. And thank you so very much for those words that I think have been quite inspiring for all of us here. Jennifer, for me, brought enthusiasm, determination, a sense of humor and joy, and a deep love of and pride in the OWSD community. She brought us all to Cape Town for an executive board meeting, all expenses paid by the South African Ministry of Science and Technology. And we had a hugely successful, packed-out OWSD session in the South African World Science Forum, which, if any of you get a chance to go, for me is probably the best science forum in the world. So, thank you, Jennifer. We miss you, but we know that we can count on you for advice, support, and infectious and necessary enthusiasm. So, here on the stage we have 3 of our vice presidents from the 3 different regions, and we also have Prativa, who is standing in for our vice president from the Asian region, who couldn't be here today to be with us. So each year, it's a tradition that each year the executive board members prepare an annual report for the OWSD Secretariat of all the national chapter activities that have been going on in their region. They take a kind of, status study of what's going on, which new chapters have been opened, how many members there are, the challenges in those chapters, the solutions they've come up with. And they present these reports to the Secretariat, and these reports feed in to any kind of program design or discussions with chapters that we have all together. So these are very, very important reports. And today we've asked the vice presidents to give a slightly enlarged report about covering their years in service to share with you. So I'm very happy to invite Babalola up here to present the regional report for the African region. Babalola has been Vice President for Africa from 2020 to 2025, and she was previously regional member from 2016 to 2020. Over to you, Babalola.
Thank you.
It's not on here. It's going to come up there.
Oh, okay. Who will be changing it?
Neil? Sorry.
Yeah, good day, everyone. And thank
Wait.
you for putting me in. It's a privilege.
Babalola.
The assignment before me now is like a PhD student that have spent 4 years, and you are asked to present your dissertation in 15 minutes. So, and yeah, it's nice. It's not a problem. Yeah. So I've been given only 7 minutes, and I was given 7 slide templates. So this is one.
You can wander around and look at that one.
Yeah. And you see, all through the term in office, the regional vice president, I must tell you, depends solely on the national chairs. And what they do there is like having the dean in the faculty that will count on the heads of departments to function. So we are always having one activity or the other. The main aim of the activity is to help the women to grow, like we say today, to empower. And indeed, what Africa has done, we can liken it to say it has been very phenomenal. And for Africa region, I'm the vice president, and with me is Dr. Farirai from Zimbabwe. The second slide asks us to tell about ourselves. In summary, I wrote, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a grandma, and I'm an internationally acclaimed researcher based on the rating I got from South Africa. I'm #1 in Africa when you look at my field of expertise. And because I work with women of timber and caliber, the creme de la creme in the society, when I got to this position, I said to myself that I'm no more dealing with chemicals, that I'm dealing with life, and my people management must be skyrocketing. So I went for a full-blown MBA, and I finished my MBA in record time. I also have a 63 micro-credential certificates. My age index as of last night was 84. And the Google Scholar is going to 34,000 citations. I've been invited to 92 talks and in 64 countries as a public speaker. This year alone, I can't count the number of countries I've visited. And yes, in 2024, I got the South African Women in Science Innovation Award. I'm in the finalists. Then in 2022 and 2023, I was rated as the highly cited researcher by Clarivate. And Farah has picked me up as a think tank, such that if anything should happen agricultural-wise, they know which door to knock. In professional association, I've joined 9 editorial board. I'm in 15 advisory boards. I'm an elected fellow of the Royal Society of Biology in UK, and I'm so excited about it. I'm an honorary fellow of the International Science Council based in Paris, and the honorary visiting professor at Imperial College London, elected fellow of the Academy of Science of South Africa, ASAF, elected fellow of the World Academy of Science, and by the way, the vice president of TWAS, and elected fellow also of the African Academy of Science. I have graduated 27 master's students and 37 PhD students. And my students are, they are all over in the world. So some places when I visit, I just call on them to come around so we have a coffee. And I'm a teacher by professor. A teacher, yes. Yeah, Farirai, a wife, a mother of 4. She's a registered professional engineer. You need to see her when she wears her kit. And she's an associate member of the Zimbabwe Academy of Sciences. She's a senior research engineer. And she is the one that developed the ZIM National Integrated Energy Resources Plan. She developed a bankable solar thermal-tech proposal also for the country. She's a lady, yeah. She's the national team leader for the Green Hydrogen Atlas Africa project, and also the alternate projects manager for the development of the National Energy Efficiency Framework for ZIM. She's the founding president of the Association of Energy Engineers in ZIM chapter. She's a passionate advocate for women in STEM. And previously, happened to be the chairperson for OWSD Zimbabwe National Chapter. She's the founder and director of Source Energy, and the co-founder of Wise Petroleum. She's the recipient of Australian government's Global Talent Independent Program. She's in Australia as we are speaking. And she's an outstanding young CEO of the year 2021. And Distinguished Women in Industry and Academia Award. She got that in 2020. She's a product of WITS. Thank you, South Africa. You've made many powerful ladies. Yeah. For the regional context, I am to talk about the members in the region. And, you know, I believe in this quotation so much when I made it. And that quotation is that there is so much scientific knowledge and talent to be harnessed in Africa. I can guarantee that. And we see it happening even today. Even from the profile of 2 people that I've just read, they are just like drop in the ocean for what we have in Africa. So in the region, we have expanded and established national chapters. Before, it was like a particular nation's issue when you talk about OWSD in Africa. But during my time, we expanded it to Benin, to Botswana, to Cameroon, to Kenya, Malawi, Mauritius, Namibia, Rwanda, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And then we relaunched Ghana because some chapter will seem like they are dying off if the person that has enthusiasm seems not to be there. So we relaunched China. The existing national, potentially absent or national chapters, we still have such, but I believe the good work we have started, because like currently we have a number of people in Côte d'Ivoire that are willing to start the national chapter, and I know the incoming president, incoming vice president will pick up from there. So for Africa, we have 21 national chapter. The member has really grown, and I say that although we are saying it has grown, we have not grown yet, because when you look at our population, Nigeria alone, we say, is the most populous country in Africa. So when we look at our population alone, we know we still have many lands to conquer. And that's about Africa, this slide, yeah. So the national chapters in the region are looking at 2021 to 2025, did enormous activities. In fact, there are a number of conferences. The webinars are uncountable. Don't forget, it was during this, my own time, that we had that COVID period. So even during COVID, we were very active and trying to keep the spirit of the members alive. The membership drive is always on, and we capitalize on many things because we are always positive. And when we look at what we have, for example, the WhatsApp talk, when the Zimbabweans will do it for you, you won't believe that this is WhatsApp. I joined the WhatsApp talk many times. Talks on breast cancer, talks on people's management, talk on self-control, soft skill, a number of issues, not only on how to write grant proposal or how to write grant winning proposal, I've said that. Then the University of Ibadan branch in Nigeria are very good at this market talk. They go to the market, talk to the market women because they have children, tell them how the lives of these children can become like professors if they allow them to be educated, encouraging them to send their children to school and not to think about just coming to the shop to open the shop and sell their goods. So we did a number of mentoring. For the mentoring, I put two pictures there. That one in blue, and these the mentor-mentee meeting each other. And the picture on top is one of the meetings, the conferences that was organized in Nigeria. And we can see our mommy here of blessed memory, Alele Williams. And I'm asked to say two activities that are worth mentioning. I so much like this one on literacy. That's the one I put there where the children are holding books. It was done by the Namibia branch. And that program is a great one because of the impact that it has. I want to mention something that the University of Ife did. And there you will see people on mats. You know, it's not every time we complain, we don't have funding, we don't have funding. They kept the spirit of the women together. Botswana hardly run programs, but when Botswana will run program, you will see the high delegates and the high level of people that will attend the meeting. You will see the impact. At least on 2 occasions, we've also done Good Morning Botswana. I've also done Good Morning Zambia before. Because the program they do, they will now take it to the radio station so that it can capture the essence of what they are doing. The popular topic all through the years has been the International Day for Women and Girls. Our logos are so beautiful, colorful, and they are communicating. So I think people here from Africa, you could identify with one of the logos. Zambia, Botswana, Ghana, Malawi, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, Burundi, Tanzania, and many more like that, Zimbabwe to the last day. So for countries, these are the logos. Then on the very first slide, there's the logo of Africa's chapter. Our members grew. In 2016, we were 2,000 something. Later, we grew to what we had now. This is one of the programs that was run in Mozambique. They are Portuguese speaking, and we have on board people from University of Lisbon that help speak in Portuguese to communicate the message. This is one of the programs that we had in Kenya. And what is working well for the national chapter is being the role model. Being the role model is about you yourself, your standing. Because if you want to convince people, you have to have something that you need to show to encourage and inspire them. So we are role models. Then what could be improved is the response from the secretariat, because I will see instances, some people will say we have sent message, they didn't respond, but we should also bear in mind at the secretariat, the number of people there compared to the number of heads of members is insignificant. So to bear that burden is also huge on their side. Then the future activities will be things like grant and proposal writing for workshops. Then it says, what worked well for you in your role? What worked well for me has been a great communication system and the branch approach. I clamor for that branch approach because I say, if you are not going the way of branch, your numbers cannot really increase. Yeah. And what needs improvement for you in your role? I put a question there because I won't be able to answer that myself. Maybe people should say, you are deficient in so. Yeah, I mean what I'm saying because I do appraiser, evaluation, and all those things to be better off than what I am. Then any other remark? The remark is to say a very big thank you to the secretariat and our coordinator, Dr. Tunya Blower. Our gift is still coming, even during this meeting, so we are going to give it to you. Thank you. Yeah, I want to say a very big thank you to the executives I work with. In my first time in office, that's the picture there, and the current executive also. I've been very fortunate. You see, in my first time in office, I work with Her Excellency, Ambassador A.C. Hawa, and she was the board member, and I'm the vice president. Much older than me in age, but you will need to see the way we relate. Even till now, we are always chatting. And that is one of the pictures from the good morning that we had. Then I want to say thank you also to my current outgoing board member, Dr. Farirai. It's a privilege that we could work together. And I'm grateful to the ICTP, to Elsevier Foundation, to CEDA. Yesterday we were talking about CEDA. I'm a product from CEDA because my PhD is very old now. Yeah. So, and also to us. So at this point, I want to say Eshe Goni. Thank you. Obrigado. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup.
Babalola. We get emotional if we think that this is the end of your term. So Babalola was in It's okay. Babalola was in the first cohort of the OWSD PhD Fellows, and she's been such an amazing, hardworking, loyal representative for OWSD, even though she has an H index. Can anybody remember what the number was? It's an unforgettable number. It's an impossible number. I don't know. It's incredible. She also, I mean, for me, I have followed Babalola for the last 9 years. She attends national chapter launches whenever she can. She goes. She gives inspiring launch speeches. If you ask her, if she can't be there, she'll give a speech online. Every single time she comes up with something new. She never recycles information. I don't think she uses ChatGPT to write her speech. She's really dedicated, very, very accessible. And even though she did highlight all of her success. She did shout out loud about all the things that she can do. But somehow or other, she remains humble and down to earth and somebody that we can talk to. And she's a fantastic mentor. So can we please give Babalola a huge round of applause? Next up is Huda Basalim, who is the Vice President for the Arab region from 2020 to 2025. And she was previously regional member from 2016 to 2020. So just like Babalola, she's been on the board at the same time. I think I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, that maybe sitting in front of maybe, do you want to sit down here? Because I think people can, and also for the photographs, perhaps it's not quite right. I think the chairs are okay. I think the chairs are fine. Is it okay with the chairs there? It's not that bad. Do you have the next one? Oh, yeah. It's there.
Hello, everyone. I am happy to be with you now to speak about one of the regions that have special situation. It is the Arab region. I can have this chair? Okay. There is a lot of things, not necessary. Yes, I am Huda Basalim. I have a lot of leading position in the University of Aden and the Ministry of Higher Education in Yemen. I used to be head of Department of Community Medicine and Public Health and director of Cancer Research Center. I am also having some work in the accreditation, standard in Yemen, as well as in the region. I work a lot with as a vice president assistant of the president of the University of Aden, and now the advisor because of my new position. Also, I work with many international organizations, including UN, like WHO, UNICEF, UNFPA, and others. And currently, I involved a lot in studying the humanitarian situation and how affected the population, and mainly focusing on women and children situation. And we'll work a lot with the Lancet Commission and working on displacement and health and conflict and how is this going on. My current research interest is what is called the Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus, which is a lot of work with the UNESCO at this moment. Sorry. Maybe? For the regional member, she is Dr. Shaima Ainani. Dr. Shaima is an associate professor of microbiology at Swiss Canal University in Egypt, and now she is also in another university. Dr. Shaima received her PhD from the School of Medical Sciences, Niigata University in Japan, and has postdoctoral studies in USA and Japan. She is one of the first Arab scientists to apply bacterial proteomic technique to reveal good markers for microbes spreading in the community. She has received many awards for her scientific contribution, including the 2021 International Science Council Award for Early Career Scientists in Africa, the 2019 Egyptian State Encouragement Prize for Women in the Field of Health and Pharmaceutical Sciences, and the 2018 World Academy of Science Young Arab Scientist Prize in Medical Sciences. These are our region. Our region is extending over two, continents. They are the Africa and the Asia. There are some, distinction in the distribution of countries among UNICEF, WHO, and for the UNESCO. Just I kept with that, 20 countries. These are the names of the 20 countries. Yes, please. We have huge variation in this region. Huge variation in terms of population distribution, in terms of the wealth and the economic status. We have some of the most wealthiest countries in the world, in the Gulf areas, and we have some of the very, very poor countries in the world, including Yemen, Djibouti, and others. So we have this variation. Also, in terms, please, yes, the same for, it should be the opposite. The another one. You will end by this. This one. I know, but she won't help me. Okay. Yes. We have also huge variation in terms of the number of the members in the region. The highest number of the members are in Egypt currently, 647. This is the latest data in the OWSD, website. Followed by Sudan, 515, and Palestine, 124, Yemen, 84, Tunisia, 68, and so on. So these are the number. We have some Arab countries, at least 4 Arab countries without any members of OWSD. So we have a lot of variation, although we met with them a lot, how to can start national chapters, but still we have some, I don't know, some maybe enthusiasm, maybe we need to encourage those people in OWSD in these countries. And we'll, for example, a country like Kuwait, with 28 members, they can have a national chapter, and they have, huge involvement with women empowerment. They, hosted the 2016 OWSD National, General Assembly with a good conference. But still, we are trying to have a national chapter with them. Yes, please. This is the number. Yeah. I divided the countries into 3. We have only from these 20 countries 7 existing national chapters. It is in Egypt, Yemen, Sudan, Jordan, Palestine, Morocco, and more recently in Iraq. The potential national chapters that we started, talking with them, and I think dear Mervet later on can continue such dialogue with them, how we can foster, more membership, how we can establish a national chapter. Tunisia, Algeria, Kuwait, Syria, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. Those countries, we have very, very few number. We know that to have a national chapter, at least we have to have 20 members. So these countries having less members and even no members at all. So these countries, so 7 countries existing, 6 no, and potential, and 7 no national chapter. Egypt. The year of establishment of the national chapter is 2009. The number of members, as I said, 647, and the name of the chair, Prof. Dr. Mervet Foda. Yes, please. I stopped to make only few, of these activities. By the way, the most active and the chapter is the national chapter of Egypt, and having a lot of activities. So in the years of 2001 and 2015, they have certain workshops and conferences, fitness and women health at different ages, mispractice affecting the health of women and families, women in science and artificial intelligence for shaping future. They hosted 2 conferences, very important conferences, the 2nd international conference, together to solve our problems to reach goals, and the 3rd international conference just in last September, Sustainable Development Goal. In Yemen, we have our national chapter before even become a chapter in OWSD. We have, the local organization, very old, in 1996, but the number of members is not that much, 84. Our chair is Prof. Dr. Roxana Ismail. She was a former vice president of OWSD also in the Arab region. But unfortunately, we stopped activities since 2021. We have a joint symposium celebrated the International Day of Women and Girls in Science and the International Day of Women, date, and no more activities since that time for many, difficult situation in Yemen. Sudan is the national chapter which was established in 2017. The number of members, 515. The name of chair is Prof. Dr. Ibtisam Zubair. She is from An-Nilain University at Khartoum. We have also active member, Dr. Nashwa, which was the vice president of the region before me in the last period. This chapter focuses on supporting women in science through networking, mentoring, and advocacy, increasing visibility and leadership opportunities for women in science. By the way, I try to communicate with, our scientists from Sudan, the women scientists. Most of them are in diaspora. Dr. Nashwa wants to give me some information to prepare for this. She lost her laptop. She lost her, mobile. She haven't any information for her national chapter. So very bad situation for Sudan. For Jordan, the year established was 2019, number of members, 38. They are few members, but they are active in one way or another. Although both the Professor Dr. Rana Dajani, the chair, the ex-chair now become, and the Dr. Sukaina have some activities, but because they are outside most of the time, they have new election for Nancy Hakouz now, just in last month. She became the new chair of the chapter. They have a lot of activities, workshops, meeting, either in person or virtual, popular topics, activities for supporting female in different sciences, empowering rural women economically and socially, technological empowerment for women. Activities that worth mentioning, the OWSD part, about this partner for supporting female refugees graduate student at the Hashmet University, which is the University of Dr. Rana, and mentoring workshop on digital empowerment for women. For Palestine, the year of establishment is 2020, and unfortunately, Dr. Amira tried to, attended this. She is the chair of this chapter, but she couldn't get the visa. She is from Al-Najah National University in Nablus, Palestine. The chapter focuses on empowering women scientists through outreach to schools and universities, promoting research skills, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Yes, please. Morocco, the year of establishment was March 2021. Number of members 54. The name of the chair, Dr. Ilham, and she is with us here, Dr. Ilham. Yeah. The Morocco, many activities. Online and on-site session with high school and university students to raise awareness and promote engagement in STEM fields. Invite women scientists to share their success stories, co-developing project on sustainable agriculture and food security, participation in national and international conferences, training rural women and youth in agroecological practice, and workshop on enhancing managerial and entrepreneurial capacities. Dr. Ilham particularly is active in building partnership between OWSD Morocco and national and international universities. For example, here, some university in Morocco, other in Germany, in Thailand, and she is active in this and bring a lot of things. By this, I mean partnership. Iraq, our last national chapter, it was just established in 2024. We have here, Dr. Bayman from Rabarin University from Kurdistan with number of members, 40 numbers. And they have some activities now in this month to, foster the establishment status of the chapter. The inauguration was the University of Rabarin, as I said, in 2024, with participation of over 40 Iraqi academic institutions and NGOs, meeting with the Minister of Higher Education and Unit of Women Capacity Development for national event in the end of November. This is the event that will happen soon, from 11-12 October 2025, Iraqi Share Chapter took part in the Iraqi Higher Education International Conference in Baghdad. Also, the chair of the chapter received award from the Iraqi Ministry of Higher Education Women Development Unit at the University of Women in Science. Women in Science Journal. This is the new thing for the chapter of Iraq, that they are working to, publish a journal from the University of Rabarin. Thank you. Yeah. The future activities. Actually, we have in this networking, opportunity here, while we are here, we discuss a lot how we can improve our situation in the region in terms of membership, in terms of visibility, having new national chapter, and so on. So maybe this, summarizing, we need to raising visibility through joint activities, recruiting members and establishing chapter in neighboring countries, networking, collaborating with other chapters, linking with policymakers, and impact on development issues. What worked well for me in this period and what need to be improved? This is one of the questions. As Tonya said, from 2016 to 2020, I was a regional member. And then I became the vice president of the region. At the time that I became the regional member, there were only 3 national chapters. Now we have 7 national chapters. We try my best to have such, communication with people in the region. What needs to be improved? For me, I will be supportive for our new president, our all, members in the region. We can have now experience in such a situation. 9 years is not easy. And a lot of work happened in these years. I have now many positions with UNESCO, with other organizations. By the way, I didn't say that I received the Elsevier Award from Oz, and I received also the PhD from Oz also. And also, I have some connection with TWAS, with Faisal Khurafi and Samira Omar award. I can help in making such application for, getting the awards in the region, because sometimes I surprised many girls, at least in Yemen. I support them to have such, awards. They say that we cannot reach, but they can. So I think having me in this position and in such situation, we can be supportive for our girls in the region. Thank you, Ella. Thank you. Thank you, Tara.
Oh dear, this is going to be difficult. Sorry, I have to take. This is a difficult region. And this is the power of OWSD. I think that's all I can say. I especially want to give a shout out to Haneen from Palestine. Who is here with her baby Summer and her husband, and heaven knows how she manages to get here. She's come to several meetings, and she's thank you for being here, honey. Yeah. So Huda has been an amazing contributor to the executive board. She has been a constant and loyal, deeply committed member of our board. She comes obviously from a country that has been in conflict for so many years, but she still comes and she still makes all of these connections. Have you seen all the connections that she's managed to make with all these chapters in all of these challenging contexts? And she somehow has managed to cross these really challenging borders and find a way to bring people together and create the feeling of a region in spite of all of these challenges. So we really do respect you. I have to say, sometimes Huda would come to some meetings that we were in, and she would come with a white face. I knew where she had come from. You could feel where she was coming from. And she took these long journeys. She sometimes would show us photographs of destruction back in her hometown. And she came and she shared, and she makes these amazing, thoughtful slides. Sorry. A big round of applause. Next up is Prativa, who is going to tell us about the activities in the Asia region on behalf of Atya Kapli, who is the vice president for the Asia region, and was not able. Poor Atya, she did actually start off on her journey, and she sent me a WhatsApp from the airport and said, I can't get my Spanish transit visa. She didn't know that she needed a transit visa to go to Madrid on the way to get here. and there was nothing that we could do, and so she couldn't be here. She was really so upset, and she wanted to pay $1,000 out of her own money, and we could have got reimbursement, but then there was still $2,000 more to pay. There was no way we could do it, but she really wanted to come. So Prativa is going to take us through, and also I must say that the regional member Anupama has prepared these slides, and Prativa has also developed them so that she can read them out to you. Please welcome Prativa, who is an early career fellow from Nepal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you
want me to do that?
No, I'll do it. Okay, thanks. It's a privilege to be here and to talk about me. I am just a medium. And initially, Tonya said, like, it's mostly the outgoing board members. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. I'm just a medium, and I really feel like a medium hearing all of you. Even though I am Asian in origin and showing this slide, I am an aspiring African in terms of the high energy you carry, aspiring Latinas in terms of the amazing looks, and you have confused me with one of you as well, and aspiring Arabic in terms of the kind of spirit they carry. And thank you so much for blessing us with this sort of Mecca-like or temple-like or a church-like feeling being in this room, the kind of energy we feel in here. Thank you so much. I have a big task here because I am presenting the slides that's shared with me by Professor Anupama. We have 7 minutes. I have a timer as well, and I am a runner, so I thought I could pace well and I can still run fast, but I have 50 slides to go through. So I will be skimming through a lot of them while trying to do justice to all the chapters, because most of them are photos. Okay, so I'll try to be as fast as possible and not take too long. So you have to understand that I might skim through some of the photos, and like Pokar said yesterday, you have to understand the song beneath the words. Is this the newest slide? I don't think so. Okay, okay. So first of all, to introduce the regional vice president and regional executive member, regional vice president Atya Kaple, and then regional executive member Professor Anupama. Even though this is not the most recent slide, I think, but then I'll just go through this. And there are 2 chapters missing, might be missing in this slide, so sorry for that. I won't be going through all the profiles that they have put in there in lieu of time, and also that it would be injustice for me to try to present this, because the fact that they're in this position and representing so many women in the region, they're already so accomplished and they have done so much in the scientific community in many ways. So I'll go to the next slide. Currently, there are 11 national chapters and 3,356 members in the region and 136 fellows and 9 institutions involved. Here we have Bangladesh, China, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Turkey, and Central Asia. Out of these, this is a challenge as well as a huge opportunity for the incoming executive board to sort of expand this sort of network into the remaining 28 countries that doesn't have chapters. And we talked in our small cluster yesterday how there is a need for chapters in a lot of these countries, whether inside the country or outside the country through diaspora. We have to make it happen. So first I'll go through Bangladesh. I'll skim through these slides. The whole point of these slides is like, these are active chapters doing a lot of things for women in terms of mentoring, in terms of leadership capacity building, in terms of science capacity building. So this is a celebration of International Day of Women and Girls in Science in 2025 in Bangladesh. And there is the celebration of Women's Day in 2024, even through Zoom platform it's happening. Okay. The presentation is being changed, but I haven't changed it much. There is just 2 chapters missing. I'll just present that later. And then there is Women's Day celebration. And then there is this orientation of executive board or committee to sort of increase their leadership capacity as well. I'll go to China. Very impressive as well. Professor Dr. Wang is the chair of China chapter. I won't go through the details because she's a very prominent scientist and has done so much for the region. They have organized forums for women in science, scientist forums, as you can see in the pictures. There have been symposium of women in science for developing world. I think most of the chapters have done this as well, so it sort of like aligns with a lot of chapters doing similar activities in terms of workshops and seminars. I found this very interesting and I didn't know about this. This is University of Chinese Academy of Sciences and OWSD Alliance, more of like a fellowship that has hosted so many women scientists in various regions, you know, to really support them with fellowships, grants, tuition fees, allowance since 2014. So there is a data here, but you should look it up. I actually looked it up and found it very impressive. So maybe some of the countries who can actually form alliance with OWSD can do this now. It's something that should be done when we are part of the overall sorority, I would like to say. This is an example of, for example, currently 2,000 ongoing international students for graduate study, mainly in STEM from 100 different countries. 600 female international students, of whom 80% from global south countries, 15% from the 46 least developed countries. This is an example of something Turkey brought up about supporting each other. And I think this is a very good example of how a region, a country can support each other. It could be interregional or inter-country, right? I'm not going to go through future activities because I have made a separate slide, sort of like a summary slide of our discussion from yesterday and what is already put here. Okay. We'll go through India chapter. List of things very much similar to creating platforms for women in science by organizing different kinds of mentoring initiatives, workshops, and things like that, and also going to conferences, seminars, celebrations. Felicitation is something that most of the chapters do to sort of honor the enablers that have been in the region, that have been carrying the baton to support women in science. So that I saw in all the chapters. And impact, so women-related health and well-being, things that I also saw in Africa slide earlier, and I'm sure a lot being done in Arab region also. I'm not going to go through future activities because then again I have a summary slide. And there is more like tea plantation, environmental related things. International conference attended within the region and interregional conferences to support each other. I don't know what this is. Malaysia, okay, yes, Malaysia, sorry. Because this is a little changed, but Malaysia, I had a privilege of being in Malaysia and meeting the chapter of Malaysia with other 5 Asian countries, and we had a really good discourse and dialogue while attending IASC Global Dialogue. So that was a really beneficial meeting, which I'll show the slide for later, but Malaysia has been pretty active. And they have showed, like, you know, every year they've been doing these leadership trainings, have science forums for women, health-related and environmental-related conferences, for example, cervical cancer and things like that. So that's been really, there have been like really active involvement of Malaysia. I'll also add, I got 4 slides from Malaysia this morning, and they had like a list of activities for every year, so quite a bit of work. Thank you so much. And okay, Yeah, so this is Malaysia continued. As you can also see, every year there has been interdisciplinary and interdisciplinary sort of approach to bringing different kinds of programs. And same here, like I said earlier, more activities every year. And so now there is Myanmar. Myanmar gave a data of having 59 Myanmar NC members, 27 PhD fellows, and 9 institutes. Okay, so this will be challenging to go through all of this, but the sense of this is like there have been quite a bit of activities, whether it's self-funded or OWSD-funded. There have been research activities, seminars, conferences, and things like that. And also there has been partnerships with Malaysia National Chapter, so inter-chapter sort of collaboration. Okay, please. Yes, please. It will be fast. So you know, so things like this. Okay.
We're replacing with the original. Sorry.
Very sorry, my fault. No, it's okay. By now I remember most of the slides. So, you know, so mostly for Myanmar, it's the new one now. Okay. So Myanmar, when they said partnership with national chapter, this is one of an example of how national chapters can empower each other. They have been able to bring in other donors also to support this. You know, this is a really good testament of how you can form a chapter with the help of OWSD and then go beyond that to bring in resources and funding, right? And they've done a really spectacular job in spite of all the challenges in the region. And I put this slide because I'm also here, but this is amazing because there is Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Nepal, and Sri Lanka in this picture. And my friend from Myanmar, Amy, who can only send me messages while on VPN, she says hi to all of you, is presenting about her chapter. So we had inter-chapter sharing of our challenges, opportunities, way forward, and how we can help each other. As well, we attended this International Science Council Global Knowledge Dialogue for Asia and the Pacific region, where we could also express our voice and be known as OWSD. So that was really good. Thank you, OWSD, for hosting us, and the Malaysia chapter. And then since I already showed the slides for Malaysia chapter, you know, I'll just skim through this, but it's mostly similar things that I talked about earlier. Now I'll go to the Pakistan chapter. They were established in 2019 and they have 521 members. They have hosted 18 seminars and webinars and organized 10 national conferences and workshops in various topics. These are some of the photos of like biosafety, security trainings and workshops, conference, panel discussions. And now I'll go to Turkey, which I'll come back to later also because it's one of the things that is mentioned in the way forward. It was established in 2019 in Ankara, number of members around 80. In Asia, it's considered one of the most active and strong chapter, actually. That's important to mention, and we have a representative from Turkey also. We were on the same plane. They also organize quite a bit of webinars and conferences and seminars, and bring in these enablers and role models, which is really amazing. And then there are things like leading women in science to give like example of role models so that you can inspire the next generation and more. And they're also active on social media. I've taken 9 minutes. Nepal chapter, make it quick. There is one thing that is very important to mention. So this one slide talks about how we go from primary level students, secondary level students, to like the aspiring scientists, where we mentor the school students as well as mentor. Here, there are 4 of us early career fellows talking about the early career fellowship application and things like that. After that, we had 4 more fellows selected from Nepal. So that was something that we were able to achieve. There are many members that are very active, and now we have a chair of Nepal here, who will be the new regional member as well. We have been able to make this a sustainable process. This is a slide about that, where whatever we organize, we try to do it every year. And this conference is an example of that, where we have brought in women from different regions in the conference. And then that has been going on every year in Nepal. It's a Mountains in the Changing World conference. And then this is an important slide and transformative slide for a lot of us in this room also, because we were the participant of this Game Changer workshop, which delved into how as scientists we can be policy advocates and policy diplomats. This was held in Kathmandu, Nepal in May of 2022. And these are some of the photos of the active participation of the members. This was targeted with Early Career Fellows 2019 and 2020, with this idea that this is a pilot that can be contextualized and expanded to different regions, and the work is being done. It was designed in Australia University with the help of many OWSD Secretariat members. Julia has a huge role in this. Obviously, Tonya is always part of this and always advocating for this. Next step for this is that we need a global platform for women scientists to influence policy, and that's something that we've been talking about, and hopefully we can launch this within a year. Suggestions from chapters. These were the suggestions from chapters. I'm not going to read all of it, but I managed to make a table. I'll do the conclusion first and then go to that table. What could be improved? This was shared. And collaboration and exchange among national chapters and OWSD fellowship and training programs. These were the things that was shared, and I agree, and I'm sure there is a lot more. If you have questions to the outgoing vice president and the member, you can still ask after this, and then I can we can pass it to them, and then the incoming as well. I was able to make a comparison table of what we discussed yesterday and what was already here since the beginning in terms of next steps, suggestions, and feedbacks. This slide is not so much important because we already talked about this, and this is an alignment slide of exactly what overlapped with what we talked about yesterday. So it's already talked about. Where we can really find some gem is some of the gaps, and partially reflected, but that needs more emphasis, are these things like, for example, minorities, refugees, displaced members. It was not part of the presentation. Sense of belonging, equity, female social scientists. Diaspora mobilization is a huge thing with migration, out-migration in these regions. Onboarding of men allies, connecting science to entrepreneurship, applied research, funding and resource, interregional motivation role models, enablers. Some of the things that we missed yesterday talking about, that was in this PowerPoint, is simplified reporting templates and financial guidelines, more like a communication, so that the region can communicate better. Visibility and recognition of chapters' achievements, because I'm sure there was so much more done than what's shown here, so maybe that's something that we can do more often through chapters and support OWSD with that, and structured communication mechanism. And I want to add one more that's missing in all of this that I recognized today as I was listening to you all, was intergenerational recognition and passing of baton as scientists. How the women who fought for us, who were in science, are our ancestors. So we need to remember that and then carry this forward, right? And that's something that we need to add this, and we need to figure out how we do that. right? Because we talk about it and feel it all the time, but I'm sure it can be institutionalized in one way or another. And with this, thank you so much. I tried my best. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very challenging task for you to do, Prativa, and you did a fantastic job. Thank you so much. I think earlier I said that it was Apyio that was trying to get on the plane. Actually, it was Anupama. Sorry, I made a mistake. On to the next. The next region, last but by no means least, is Klein-Zibonilla from the Latin America region. Over to you.
Yep, I'll try my best. How are you doing? Do you want to just stand up, stretch your legs? Just and maybe spin around. Few seconds. I promise to be gentle and quick. And breathe. Smile to your neighbor. By now we are all best friends, aren't we? Okay, let me check. Con este es que se.
Sí, eso para ir para adelante.
Para adelante,
Sí,
este.
Sí, el otro abajo. Intentamos.
Mejor solo para adelante. Okay. Okay. Para atrás.
Okay.
Okay.
Adelante, atrás.
All right, let's do it. Latin America and the Caribbean region. I have to start saying that I have 3 loves of my life. The first love of my life is my daughter. Her name is Sophia. She's 7 years old. My second love is my husband. He's from Guatemala. The 3 of us are now based in Oslo. And my third love is my region, Latin America and the Caribbean region. I am in love with my region. And that's how I feel so happy and proud to be in front of you. And I'll try to use my time as effectively as possible. My name is Klein-Zibonilla. I am the outgoing Vice President of the Latin America and the Caribbean region. And let me see if this works. Yes. I am not doing justice here to my partner in crime, Patricia. Where is Patricia? Please, hands to my partner in crime this wonderful term, because I didn't include all the merits, details of how wonderful scientists you are, and that's why I apologize, but you can Google her. You have a wonderful trajectory, and you can see our information in the webpage, but we both have been in my case, from Guatemala, and Patricia from Ecuador, representing the region during 2021-2025. This is a very quick slide that you can get a like of an X-ray of our regional context in Latin America, and in order of establishment. From number 1, Uruguay. We are very young. You will see we started organizing ourselves in 2019. And you will see very quickly, when I go through each country, you have to memorize all the Latin American and Caribbean region countries. So it was Uruguay and Peru, the first 2 that were there. Then I joined Guatemalan chapter, of course, in March 2020. And then you can see very closely, we started organizing ourselves between 2020 and 2021. What was special about that period? The pandemic. We were all at home trying to figure out how to survive this strange time, and we found ourselves the opportunity to connect nationally and regionally too. So you will see a bit more details, but I want you to see just from number 1 to number 19, the latest national chapter established in our region. And we will talk about Panama. Panama is on the way to organize and become the 20th, hopefully under the new tenure. and Jamaica are also preparing. We will talk about also the Caribbean region. Now, I will just go quickly a summary of the type of activities the whole region was engaged, and I could divide it in two types: inward oriented, because ourselves, organizing ourselves was very big in this period for us as a region. And you can see from 3, as the president of OWS mentioned, we went to 19 in 2025. So it's a growth, very impressive. To all of you, thank you. We were also focused on supporting governance and democratic transitions. You know that some executive committees can be 4 years. Some national chapters decided to be 2 years serving and renovate. So that's another activity we have been doing. Outstanding cases: Guatemala, Colombia, Mexico, Honduras, Ecuador have had elections, and some cases that we are having challenges, but addressing them. Peru, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Dominican Republic are having elections very soon. Now, growth of the OWS communities. We were growing from 20 members. In the case of Guatemala, for example, we are 540 now. So that's the type of growth we experience in some communities, and that was another big activity from all the national chapters. Argentina, we celebrate, for example, Uruguay just reached 100 members, so that type of milestones we celebrate. And I want to emphasize something: the power of OWS, as Tonya mentioned. We worked in a sub-regional level also. You know that in the region we have Central America, 6 countries. And just brought this case because I have the privilege to be an published author with Camila from El Salvador, with Karina from Honduras, and we never met in person until today. So this is the type of collaborations that OWSD made possible. Sometimes people question, OWSD, is it an NGO, is it a network, what can we do? And OWSD connected us. It's really amazing what we can achieve. So that's type of just illustrations, and some outward-oriented activities is with the community, with schools, with reaching the mentorship. So that's just a summary. Some examples: webinars, of course. Discipline-oriented is going, talking about the water agenda, relation with policy makers. We, of course, mobilize ourselves for the special dates, Day of Girls in Science, Women, for example. And we, in the region, have tried to intervene Wikipedia. When you look for women scientists, for example, from certain countries, 0, and mostly the few available were only men. So Mexico, for example, Colombia, Guatemala, it didn't need investment, but through OWSD, we organized ourselves and created Wikipedia articles for female scientists, for example. Here you can see a summary of the 19 logos, each of them with stories behind it. They are wonderful, and they have provided this sense of belonging to each of our national chapters. So I see 19 plus Panama, who is coming. Now, I'm going to go very quickly through all the slides. Just pay attention to number of members for you to have an idea. This is Uruguay, already 600 members. Very quickly, here we have from Uruguay the chair. Where is Ana Zambrana? Here, thank you very much. From Peru, well, you can see all the activities. Also present is Maria Luisa Cerón, chair. Thank you very much for being with us, Peru. 2 pioneers chapters in the region. My lovely Guatemala. You can see here the organization of the executive committee, a great representation, I mean, the big delegation from Guatemala. And I just want to mention that in some cases, we see a mix of diaspora members and members that are in our countries, and that's proven somehow part of the success of some of the cases in the region. We go to Brazil, the gigantic of the region. Also, we have the chair with us. Luis Samaria is here, elected member representative for the next period. Honduras, we have our colleagues from Honduras. Wonderful activities also. It's interesting also to have a look of who is the host institution. That's something that we have to consider and talked about. Some host institutions are like enable us. What role do they have in our operations, for example? And it varies. Sometimes are public universities, private universities, foundations. It depends on the context in each national chapter. 6, Ecuador. I have a romantic relation with Ecuador. I love Ecuador. I always told Patricia about this, and we have here also. I sometimes remember more last name than first name. From the national chapter, we have Paola. Allá está Paola. Gracias, Paola. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Wonderful activities with Ecuador. Bolivia. Bolivia well represented. Where is Bolivia? Very big delegation too, wonderful activities, very active. Thank you very much for being with us. Going a bit quickly, las dueñas de la casa, Colombia. Thank you very much for hosting us. Great example and very generous sharing with all the region learnings, what has worked, and we are learning together. Thank you very much, Naida, for carrying a lot of work and your team. Please have a round of applause for Nadia and the whole Colombia National Chapter. We are moving along. El Salvador also, 78 members. Camila, thank you very much for being here. And Violeta, from El Salvador. Mexico. ¿Quién le gustan los tacos? Aren't that the best food in the world? Rebecca, where is Rebecca? Here, Mexico. Here with us, lots of activities, 254 members. Can you imagine the scale, Mexico, Brazil, so we have these gigantic countries with us. Venezuela, Iraima, thank you very much. Iraima, member, secretary of the executive committee, soon also to have elections. Established in 2022. Nicaragua is not present with us, and that's something we have accompanied because we couldn't make it. It's a situation where the members are trying to keep a low profile. There is some tension, and that's something we have to be mindful of the realities of the countries. Chile, where is Alejandra? Muy bien, gracias Alejandra. She is the chair for Chile. Chile hosted us in 2014 in the regional gathering. It was a wonderful activity, also enabled by OWSD and great support from the Secretariat too. Moving quickly, República Dominicana. Where is Denia? Thank you very much for being with us. Also, some activities that they are sharing with us. Sometimes we feel very close to Dominican Republic. And it's not part of Central America, but we feel it's just there. So we will talk also about these other parts. Paraguay, we have 2 friends from Paraguay here joining us. A wonderful community. You can see some of the, so I'm here. Just not makeup. Thank you very much, Paraguay. Haiti. Thank you very much for all the efforts. We have our very own Denise. It's here. Thank you very much for, I have to offer an apology because sometimes we dominate with Spanish. You know that Haiti speaks French, but that's some of the things that I've learned from Babalola about being inclusive with language, and also Brazil that speak Portuguese, right? Soon, Jamaica joining, they have English. So we have all this multilingual situation. Let's go to 17, Cuba. Where is, here. We have the support of the Cuban Academy of Science. Thank you very much for hosting that national chapter, Elizabeth. Costa Rica, where is Our friend from Costa Rica here. And that's the thing. Thanks to OWSD, I can call everybody from first name. If I met you in Costa Rica, doctor, because she's a prominent scientist, but now we are colleagues, thanks to OWSD, the power of OWSD. Thank you very much. Big shout to Costa Rica, also has mixed executive committee with members in the diaspora and members also residing in country. And Argentina, the newly or recently established national chapter. Thank you very much for all the efforts. Very quickly reached plus 100 members. So I'm going just to almost the end. Panama, as I mentioned, is in progress. Angie, where is Angie? Here from Senacit. Thank you for the invitation of OWSD, and this is growing. You already mentioned we need to reach 20, have a host institution, prepare, organize a committee, and we are in progress. And soon, Jamaica too. Already coming to conclusions, what's working well? We are organized. That's the first step to get to know each other, right? Overcome isolation, and that's something OWSD enables. So we together, our voices are louder. What can be improved? We have to learn lessons about this democratic transition in leadership, that we provide inclusive leadership opportunities. And I have to tell you this, Latin America and the Caribbean regions go to a new era. We are ending a moment of preparation, and with our new elected regional representatives, we are going together to a new moment. And that's we are going to explore very soon, very exciting about the programs also to be announced. So I think this is it for me. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Should I take this back?
Yeah, I guess I'll stay with this one. That's your
Good day, distinct.
Did I say something? Where did that come from? Well, I mean, I think Kleinzie's presentation really demonstrates very clearly how active she personally has been in organizing. She really is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, she has done and I think Kleinzie has really been a role model to the whole of the executive board and to the executive committees of national chapters and to all you members. She's been a role model in how to sort of create systems and methodologies for recruiting members, encouraging members in the neighboring countries to establish national chapters. You know, she'll go on trips and she'll start talking to people. And I thought it was really interesting that she put up a slide with 4 members. For her, this is a potential chapter, right? This is the way it works for Kleinzie. And not only that, once they're established, what's the next thing that she does is she gets them to communicate with each other and with her and with us. And that whole kind of triangulation has been really very well managed by Kleinzie. And I do really hope, Kleinzie, that you'll find the time and the energy to continue supporting both the Secretariat and the Executive Board to understand how we can improve the methodologies and the systems and have such enormous success as the Latin American region has had under your stewardship. And Patricia has been a faithful, where is Patricia? You stand up, Patricia. A fantastic, faithful regional board member who has supported Kleinzie and has made many contributions to our executive board meeting. So thank you, Patricia, for coming and for being here. Big round of applause to both Kleinzie and Patricia. Okay, well, we had plans to do many more things in this hour, which has become a longer hour. But do you think it was worth it? Was such an interesting time to spend with you all and to understand in more detail about all the chapter. I do think we're very, very ready for a break right now. Coffee is well overdue, so we'll have a break. But we do also need to come back in quite quickly to see about the new board members. So if we go out now outside and oh, is it? Oh, is it still there? They haven't taken it away. Okay, I think there will be students to take us downstairs for the coffee break. So I think we're going to need 15 minutes, okay? No, it's not lunch, it's a coffee break, but there is food. So go down, get coffee, and try and come back up here as quickly as you can. I just did. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a crazy coffee break today because of how it worked with the ministerial session. So we've got coffee break now with some food, and then there will still be lunch at 1:30. Okay. Yeah.
I can feel you everywhere, like a shadow, like a fever, looking for a getaway. No escape, I'm going deeper. I can't find my way out. I can't fix my broken heart. If you could only let me go. Our love turned into a war. Not desire, I ain't coming back. If I win or lose, I don't even mind. Oh no. care? Are you gonna let it go? In your eyes I can see it's forever, but my heart is still beating the dark. In the deep of the night when my mind is a minefield, tell me right now, will you still love me? Will you still love me? Yeah. Will you still hold me until the feeling red? When the highs get low, when the lights burn out, I think I know, but tell me now, will you still love me? Will you still love me? Smoke nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. Nobody. And what if this is meant to be? And I was made for you, and you for me. And what if we just made this work and figured this out and no one gets hurt? Just tell me that you need me. No, we don't need to take our time. Just tell me that you need me, and we'll figure this out and no one gets hurt. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. Nobody. And loving you is easy, but I wish that you could read my mind. So I know that you believe me. No, we don't need to take our time. Just tell me that you need me. No, we don't need to take our time. Just tell me that you need me, and we'll figure this out and no one gets hurt. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. Nobody's gonna love you like I do. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. Nobody's gonna want you. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you. And nobody's gonna want you like I do. Nobody's gonna love you.
We could have been so good, we could have been so good. I've been trying to find the words. I'm sitting on dogwood, just past your apartment. Water rise and fall when you call and we fight. Then I drive through the night to your door, 'cause I can't let it go at all. It could have been so good, it could have been though. I was hoping for a kind of love I ain't seen before. I was hoping for a kind of love I've been fighting for. I was hoping for endless love. I was hoping for an endless love. Just moving on, I'm gonna let them. Moving on, I'm gonna try this time. Moving on, I'm gonna let them. Moving on, you know I've been trying. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for an endless love. We could have been lovers, held on to each other, be the ones that would make it through. Was dreaming out further, like you meeting my father, while he stands at the door and you talk in the way that you do when you know what you want. And the glint in your eye and mine. We could have been so good, it could have been though. I was hoping for the kind of love I ain't seen before. I was hoping for the kind of love I've been fighting for. I was hoping for it. endless love. I was hoping for endless love. I wanna tell you all about it, but you've come back too far away. Yeah, I've seen the show before, and I was hoping for it. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for that endless love. I was hoping for the kind of love I ain't seen before. I was hoping for the kind of love I've been feeling before. I was hoping for an endless love. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for an endless love. If it's moving on, I'm gonna let him, moving on, I'm gonna try this time. Moving on, I'm gonna let him, moving on, I'm gonna have them try it. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for an endless love.
They say the holy water's watered down, and this town's lost its faith. Our colors will fade eventually, so if our time is running out, day after day, we'll make the mundane our masterpiece. Oh my, oh my love, I take one look at you and taking me out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down to a dead and buried on the edge of your life, staying drunk and revived. The angels up in the clouds, I'm jealous knowing we found something so wild. The ordinary, you got me kissing the ground in the sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, will Lord return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds, I'm jealous knowing we found. Eventually, so if our time is running out, day after day, we'll make the Monday our masterpiece. Oh, my life, how do you breathe in, take my breath away? At your altar, I will pray, you're the sculptor, I'm the clay. Oh, my, you're taking me out of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground with a sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, will Lord return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds, I'm jealous knowing we found. The angels up in the clouds, I'm jealous knowing we found. Maybe you're next to me, oh my, my. Was it black and white until I saw your light? I thought you had to die to find something so out of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground with a sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, will Lord return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds, I'm jealous knowing we found something so out. You got me kissing the ground, sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, will Lord return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds, I'm jealous knowing we found.
And where's the other microphone?
I'll bring it. Sì, veramente lo è, ma sempre toda la parte del gelato. Fai il gelato. Pronto.
Testing, testing. That's not very loud, is it? Testing, testing.
Lo alzo comunque.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Do you all have a notebook? Correct. You do. Do you all have a pen? Okay. So while we wait for people to come in, can you take out your notebook and your pen or your laptop or your finger or whatever you want to write with and just write down one thing that you learnt about OWSD this morning? One thing that you learnt about OWSD this morning. If anybody writes down, I finally understand what OWSD stands for. The Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World. Julia, non aiuta. Dai. Lo so. Okay, so because of all of the delays today, which are not all our fault, and because of this odd 2 breaks that we have today, so at 11:30 we have brunch, and at and now we're going to have lunch at 1:30. But we are going to stop at 1:30 to keep back on schedule, and because there are other people to meet downstairs at 1:30 that you might want to talk to. So we're just going to complete our executive board overview. And just before we do that, does anybody want to stand up and say something about what they just wrote on their piece of paper about what they learnt this morning about OWSD? Anybody? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Hania Brit. I confirm the inclusivity and also the global presence and also the interest to include more scientific persons, scientific women, and they are everywhere. So I'm very, obsessed.
Thank you. Come down the front, Nina, here. Oh.
Okay, so I just wrote, we are a strong movement. We have our membership and we are getting more on board. The movement is nowhere ending soon.
Thank you. I've learned that challenges might be there every time from our different countries, but that is not a reason to move forward. We can even learn from what our sisters from different countries, like Yemen and the other countries, have done, and how they have inspired girls and women in science. So we can do the same regardless some challenges that we are facing. Thank you.
For me, OWSD is, it helps to enlighten the power of women in science.
For me, what I learned today is that OWSD, they support the national chapters, but they, at the same time, they also give them the anatomy to take care of their own organizations, so to do the events and yes, the independence, let's say, so that they can organize and also come up with the solutions for their own problems. Because as one of my colleagues here said, we have our own problems and we need to find solutions to that. So that's what I learned today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I felt OWSD is creating a shared responsibility for the global challenges and crises that all the regions that the chapters belong, we suffer from. So I felt more connected, and sustainability will be a vision of OWSD. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for me, only one word: humanity. That's all.
This is my observation from this. We are including the whole national chapter part as well, right? So I did not actually make a count of how many chapters, which that summary really helped me show that Asia doesn't have as many chapters that it should, given the population. That means either that there are not enough girls in science, or there is not enough representation of the girls in science. Whichever it is, something that we really should look into. As you know, I'm representing Asia, so yeah, that's something I learned.
One over there.
Okay. Together, let's build a shared and better future.
Hey, I actually loved the energies some of the presidents have put in and the commitment they've put into their networks. So exciting to see that, especially the Latin America one. She knows people by names, and yeah, it's very exciting. And the other thing is that the government can actually invest in our networks if we reach out to them. And I think like the Chinese one has really invested in their network. Yeah, so just a matter of reaching out to them. Yeah, thank you.
I think this is the last one. Oh, no, 1 and 2. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about the chapters and the activity for OWSD. I think about OWSD in the morning with staff for education and ministries and university, and stand beside all these people. And it's just not just organization, not profit organization. No, this tries to be equal for this minister and universities and something. I think for me it's wonderful.
Thank you. Right in the back.
Hello, everyone. I do my best to speak in English. I learned that science is one, but by diversity, cultural diversity, we can learn. But it's amazing have it in this room because each one is important and each one is science, and science is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I feel that.
Thank you. And Nino, Puka at the back, Puka.
I felt OWSD is a tribe. It's a tribe, and it has a lot of power and pride. Kudos to all of you.
Thank you, thank you. I think, again, Andres, you have so many words to put down. Yeah. These words are going to be all collected and they'll be coming in useful for understanding how OWSD describes itself going forwards. Okay, so we have half an hour to our next break. And that's just, I think, a very good amount of time to do something very important, because we're going to introduce you to the newly elected board members of the executive board. So we had, as you know, I think, hands up those of you who voted, by the way, in the... Yeah. Ah, fantastic. Fantastic. In fact, there was a very good representation. We had over 2,000, nearly 2,200 votes, which I think was really not bad. We would like to also really appreciate those candidates who stood and were not elected. I think we had 26 candidates, and of which, in the end, we have 12 candidates who are now on the board. So to those of you who did apply, please don't feel disappointed. Please see this as a learning experience, and we would love you to apply again to the executive board next time that comes up, but also just to be involved in any other opportunities that might come up. One of which, for example, might be as on an advisory board, or maybe you would like to go back on executive committee of a national chapter. Anyway, there's always a place for you, so please don't feel disappointed. And we would like to have a big round of applause for all of those who applied. So this year, today, for the first time ever, we were able to do something different. This is an innovation, and we have selected 3 members per region rather than 2 members per region. And why did this happen? This happened because 2 regions, that's Africa and the Arab region, voted for both vice president and regional member from the same country. And that was Nigeria in Africa and Egypt in the Arab region. So while desiring to respect the wishes of the voting members and the efforts of the candidates, the executive board decided to allow all those candidates who were elected and received the most votes for the positions that they had said they were standing for to be selected, even if that meant there would be 2 members from the same country. However, obviously, this poses a difficulty that this is not great geographical representation for a region. So the executive board, in discussion with the nominations committee, found that the best way to resolve this situation to ensure inclusivity and wider representation of the regions and their countries, the OWSD board and secretariat admitted an additional member per region onto the executive board, and the members were therefore elected as followed. The most voted candidate in each region for the position of vice president. The most voted candidate in each region for the position of regional member, and then the second most voted candidate for the position of regional member. Having said that, we are therefore glad to announce the representatives on the 2025 OWSD Executive Board as follows. Now, some people are here and some people have provided short video statements online. So we'll be going between people coming up on stage. When you hear your name, if you're here, please come up on stage. And Nino, keep listening when you hear it's a video. Okay. Would you like to come up and present? Julia? Julia Pizzolini on the OWSD staff has been working on these elections and has done an amazing job. And so, please, Julia.
Thank you. So, we're starting from Africa. The newly elected vice president for Africa is now here today. She sent a video, and her name is Grace Inyama from Nigeria.
Good day, distinguished executive board members, colleagues, esteemed members of OWSD community.
Ooh. Technical glitches. Uh-oh. It should come up, back, inshallah.
Having a technical problem.
It's lunchtime for everybody. Like we were not already very late for this. Shall we maybe go? Sorry? Okay, so change of schedule. We start from the Arab region because we have here the newly elected vice president for the Arab region, Mervat Foda. Please come on stage.
Good day, distinguished.
Yeah.
Hello. I just want to start by thanking. I want to thank very much OWSD for let me opportunity to come here and to be with you in this good event, and also Colombian chapter just to let us really very good opportunity to be there tomorrow morning, this morning. And there's a very good host for all of us. My name is Mervat Foda. I am professor at National Research Center in Food Science and Technology Institute. My very specific point, dairy science, and I would like to work with new product for something means. Function food for for special people. Like I had 3 patents for autistic children to improve their behavior, and ADHD children also to improve their behavior. And we got this because really the product improve their behavior around 50%. Also, I have patents about cheese for elders, to help elders with omega and what they need. I'm also was, can say, president in National Committee for Women in Science, and according to Minister of Higher Education. I am also I'm still Swedish, there is an organization called the Swedish South Asian for food, fermented food, and they select us as Egypt. Sorry, I have called Egypt National Chapter to be located as National Chapter for Food Technology. What else I want to say? No, thank you. I like very much cooperation, and please, not only for Arab region, but I mean more regions field. For this, excuse me, paper. We have a journal, scientific journal called the Egyptian Journal for Women and Family Research. I have paper, and you can, if you like, it will be to join us as reviewers, as authors, and as editor. We'll be happy for it. Thank you very much. Okay. And this is a journal. Until December, it will be free, and after this, it will be like 200 for paper. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have a video from the newly elected regional member for the Arab region, who's Lobna Said from Egypt.
Hello, I am Lubna Saeed. I am Associate Professor of Electronics Engineering and Director of Microelectronics System Design Master Program at Nile University, Egypt. I was the former co-president of the Arab-German Academy of Science and the Humanities, and I was the former co-chair of the Egyptian Young Academy of Science. I am very honored to be selected as the regional member representing the Arab region on the executive board of the OWSD. I look forward working with you all on advancing science and empowering women. Thank you so much.
Okay, and the second regional member for the Arab region is Hanan Arrahmane, who's from Morocco, and she lives in Paris.
Hello everyone, my name is Hanan Arrahmane from Morocco. I am a nuclear physicist working at CEA Paris-Saclay in France, where I also teach at the National Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology. It's a great honor to be nominated to join the OWSD Executive Board and to represent our region. I'm looking forward to working together to promote women in science, strengthen collaboration, and support young women researchers worldwide. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're going back to where we started from. Africa, the vice president, newly elected vice president, Grace Inyama.
Good day, distinguished executive board members, colleagues, esteemed members of OWSD community, dear partners and friends. My name is Professor Grace Inyama, a lecturer in the Department of Bio and Industrial Chemistry, University of Calabar, Nigeria. It is with profound gratitude and deep sense of responsibility that I stand here before you today, humbled by the privilege of being elected as Vice President of African Region for the Organization of Women in Science for the Developing World. I sincerely thank you for the trust you have placed in me. This honor is not me alone. It belongs to every woman scientist in our continent who strive each day to push boundaries, innovate, and to inspire. It belongs to the mentors who lift others as they rise, and to the young girls dreaming of careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. As we step into this new chapter together, I am reminded of the OWSD's core mission to advance women in science, build strong and sustainable science leadership, and create pathways to knowledge that transform society. My commitment is to translate OWSD's global vision into strategic, impactful, and content-driven initiative for African region.
Brilliant. Thank you. The first regional member for Africa is Evelyn Umemezia from Nigeria.
Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Evelyn Umemezia of the University of Benin, Nigeria. I'm truly honored to serve as the newly elected African regional member of the OWSD. I look forward to working with every one of you to strengthen collaboration, amplify the voices of women scientists across the continent, and to advance our shared goals of promoting excellence and inclusion in science. I trust that the 7th National Assembly and Conference of the OWSD will be an interesting one. We look forward to an insightful and powerful conference. Thank you and bye-bye.
And the second regional member for Africa is Chao Mbogo from Kenya.
Hello, my name is Dr. Chao Mbogo from Kenya, and I'm excited to be selected into the executive board as a regional member for Africa region. I hold a PhD in computer science, and my work is in responsible technology as well as upskilling students and professionals towards human skills. I look forward to contributing to the OWSD global goal of enhancing scientific careers among women. I'm specifically excited about supporting African women scientists to upskill in leadership, scientific impact, communication, and responsible innovation. I look forward to contributing to the growth of women scientists as part of the main global agenda and not just a footnote. Thank you.
Yes. And now we are going to Asia. So the newly elected Vice President for Asia and the Pacific is Professor Yangfeng Wang from China, who sent a video.
Dear OWSD members, friends, and colleagues, while I truly wish I could be there with you all in Bogota, I'm deeply honored to accept the role of Vice President for the Asia and Pacific region. Thank you for placing your trust in me. Bestowed with this great honor, I will strive to serve our members and strengthen the impact and network of OWSD in the Asia Pacific. I'm committed to representing your voices, fostering collaboration, and advancing our shared mission for the global women in science. I very much look forward to working with the Executive Board, the Secretariat, and each of you to turn this commitment into meaningful progress for all. Thank you again for this privilege.
Okay, and now we're going for the second most voted regional member in Asia. It's Nadia Ayub from Pakistan, who sent a video.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Nadia Ayub from Pakistan, currently serving as a Dean of College of Economics and Social Development at Institute of Business Management in Karachi, Pakistan. My work lies in the intersection of psychology, education, and leadership, with strong focus on empowering women in academia and promoting equitable opportunities in science. It's a great honor to represent Asia and Pacific region on this OWSD Executive Board. My vision for this mandate is to strengthen collaboration across region, amplify the voice of women scientists, and create sustainable pathways for mentorship and leadership development. I look forward to work with you all to build a more inclusive and connected global community for women in science. Thank you.
But actually, the most voted regional member for Asia and the Pacific is here with us today, and is Tista Prasai.
Thank you so much. I'm Tista Prasai Joshi from Nepal. I'm working as a senior scientist in Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, and my profession is I'm a water quality researcher. And I'm very much connected to WOST because of the OWSD Elsevier Foundation Award, as well as OWSD Early Career Fellowship. I'm very much thankful for the WOST for giving this opportunity to develop my career, and I'm very much confident, accountable to do more in science and to inspire more scientists in future also. Now my main dream is to inspire more scientists for the future generation, and I'm truly honored to have been elected as a regional member from the Asia and Pacific region, and I would like to thank all the voters and all my scientists, my friends, my colleagues for trusting me, and my main mission for this path is supporting each other. Thank you so much.
Oh no, actually we'll need this. So, and now we're going to our host region, Latin America and the Caribbean. And the Vice President for Latin America and the Caribbean is Luisa Fernanda Echeverria King.
hello everyone. My name is Luisa Echeverria. I am a PhD in education. I am passionate about science diplomacy, international scientific cooperation, and science policy. I am very pleased to be here, and I thank everyone also to be participating in this assembly. We have been talking a lot also with Clancy, with Patricia. We have learned a lot from them, and our region is in a very strategic point right now, and we are concentrating right now on growing, right, and establishing. And for us, it's very important the management of funds, also the promotion of Latin American science, right? And also the intra-collaboration. We need to collaborate more and also with other regions. So I am very pleased to be here, to be your vice president and to represent all of you guys and to work together with other parts of the world.
Thank you. And now, because at OWSD we like double names, the most voted regional member for Latin America and the Caribbean is Luisa Diele Viegas from Brazil.
Hey, hello everyone. I'm Luisa from Brazil. It's my great pleasure to be with you here. I'm also the chair of the Brazilian chapter of OWSD, so I have been working close to OWSD and to the other chapters in Latin America for a couple of years now, and I hope we can connect to chapters all over the world, and that's our goal: connection and collaboration. And thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the second regional member for Latin America and the Caribbean is Maria Quintana Caseda from Peru.
Hello, everybody. I am Maria Quintana from Peru. I am a professor at National University of Engineering and a director of the Department of Engineering Physics. I am very happy to be here with all of you. I think we can work together around the world. Latin American, Caribbean region, as said my elected vice president, is a strategic area. I think we can work together with everybody around the world. And thank you very much for this opportunity to work together.
Thank you. Shall we do another round of applause for the new executive board?
Wow, there we go. How does that feel? We have a new executive board in place and lots of work to do together with the outgoing members, but there remains one position that has still not been filled or announced. So we are very happy to announce that as part of the procedure set by the nominations committee and published as part of the election procedures in 2025 on the OWSD website, the OWSD president for 2025 will exceptionally be selected only from the Latin America and Caribbean or the Arab region. These are the two regions that have not yet been represented by a president. Sorry, I need to put my glasses on. So the executive board member receiving, there's a lot of tension in the room. Drum roll. The executive board member receiving the highest number of votes from these two regions will serve both as the executive board member for their region and as acting president for 1 year until November 2026. So in line with this, the current executive board has nominated Luisa Echeverria from Colombia as acting president. Luisa. As acting president of OWSD until November 2026. During this year, she will represent both her region as vice president and also represent the organization as president. And in the meantime, there will be a lot of work to be undertaken in terms of how we select executive board members, how we select presidents. There will be a whole review process going on. But we know that Luisa will be with us in this role as acting president for 1 year. So congratulations, Luisa.
So this was a huge surprise, I think, for everyone. So I am very pleased to be here. As a science diplomat, this is for me like a huge dream, right? To help, you know, the women around the world to collaborate together. This is really a huge dream for me. You guys have to know that I have a non-traditional career in science. I didn't plan to be a scientist when I was a little child, as many of you, but I am very pleased to be here and to work together with you and also to hear your voices. We have a lot of challenges right now with all the stuff that is going on around the world, but we as women need to hear the voices of other women so that we can collaborate together. As I always say, together we are indeed stronger. So let's work together.
Thank you, Luisa. So despite everything, the timing is now absolutely perfect and we've finished exactly on time, but we have actually missed the whole session, which is the OWSD report and everything, so we'll find another way of doing that. But this has been wonderful, wonderful session, full of fantastic information. Luisa is now going to do a victory lap down the stairs, around the building, and back in. She doesn't know, she can't hear what I'm saying right now. So we've now got lunch, so it's the right time to go and congratulate Luisa at lunchtime and all of the other board members. And we're very sorry that not all the board members could be here in person. Obviously, the elections took place quite late and there were big issues with getting visas at this stage. Of course, those that were elected desperately wanted to be here. We did our best, but we weren't able to bring them at such short notice. So please don't feel that they were on video because they are not committed. They are absolutely committed to being with us. And we look forward to meeting them in person and getting to work on the new phase of OWSD with the support of our wonderful, fantastic, outgoing board members. So please, just one final time, could those of you who are here from the previous executive board or the new executive board, could you just come up on stage and everybody give them a fantastic big clap? Yes, maybe a photo would be great right now, yeah.
política, el impacto de las mujeres y su representación en la ciencia. Entonces, esos ecosistemas mucho más integrados deben ser parte de la discusión, seguir fortaleciendo la alianza con los gobiernos nacionales independientemente de las posturas políticas o de los cambios políticos que vengan en nuestro país, porque la agenda de las mujeres debe trascender cualquier forma de gobernanza. De hecho, deben interrumpir de manera mucho más concretas las políticas neoliberales y derechistas que por más de 200 años han tenido el control del sistema político y económico de Colombia, ¿no? Entonces estamos ante una nueva puerta de diálogo con el Estado en el marco de un gobierno progresista.
So all of this is part of a progressive government that is open to listening and incorporating the voices of women from a place of plurality with concrete objects in order to democratize our national sciences system.
Thank you very much, Minister. You talked about many of the advances that are being built in the system to pave way to those spaces that were complicated in the past. Well, based on your experience, could you tell us about the critical lessons learned and the obstacles that still remain? And what would you like to share with our African colleagues as well? Well, the greatest challenge continues to be financing, budget. We cannot talk about advancements in gender politics if we don't have finances and clear numbers, because we have to go from speech to action, and for that we require budget. But that requires that we strengthen our partnerships with different government stakeholders, including the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of the Environment, but also with the private sector. The private sector plays a vital role. We have found a system and we have tried to intervene from our position as a government, and we see that the industry does not connect with the academia, and even less so with female academicians. And if you look at decision makers in other countries, most of them are foreign and they are men in private companies. That is a weakness, because an industry that seeks to nationalize an economy so that we can strengthen the economic borders with the countries around the world, first they need to incorporate the talent available in the country. We already have a trained human talent, and this is why we have scientists living in diaspora because of the lack of opportunities in Colombia. But in that system, women continue to be underrepresented. So by working with companies, we have established partnerships and offered mechanisms that encourage the involvement or employment of young female researchers in the public and private companies in our country so that they can contribute to reducing these gaps. However, financing also led us to coordinate efforts. The Ministry of Education is important. We have a budget for universities, more than 70 billion pesos. That has never been seen in previous administrations. This is the historical budget that is here to set a new baseline to train and to strengthen public and private universities. What is our commitment with the Ministry of Education? For every new university facilities built by the government, there have to be also affirmative political strategies, including female researchers and doctors in our country. We have already seen significant results with these efforts. With the Ministry of Mines, we have already signed agreements for more than 200 billion pesos because of tenders that are being led through the universities for energy transition projects and the development of new green algorithms for the decarbonization of the bioeconomy, geothermics, all of this led by female researchers in these areas of expertise. Of course, we are profiling a new field for the political positioning for women. So what have we been working on with Africa? Our Vice President Francia Marquez has been empathetic. She has been very emphatic in saying that we need to set up embassies in African countries. We have one in Ethiopia, Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, and these embassies turn into a bridge for geopolitical exchange between women. We already have cultural groups of Afro-descending women in the Colombian Pacific region for artistic exchanges with different African countries. In the first quarter of 2026, we are going to start scientific exchanges led by women. Of course, without forgetting the knowledge generated by women from their territories. Because we need to include the other vision of knowledge, ancestral knowledge, because ancestral knowledge is not the same as folklore. Ancestral knowledge becomes more complicated with research and with the arrival of technology. So in those fields, women can establish the geopolitical coordination efforts, and from the national government, we promote financing, participation mechanisms, and we provide the institutional conditions to provide a safe, robust opportunity for our women in science. These are wonderful news. It is incredible to hear all the actions undertaken to strengthen the presence of women in all areas of science. In that regard, my question would be that the women who already have access to these different opportunities, how have they been able to consolidate their experience, and how can they participate in the evaluation of public policies or the proposal of adjustments or innovations in public policies? What are the opportunities for them, and how can we grow this critical mass for public policy in favor of female science? Well, as Dr. Brigitte said, I wanted to tell you about a chapter that we initiated at the Ministry of Science. I come from Tumaco, which is a region that has been strongly affected by armed conflict. One of the territories with the largest amounts of coca crops and laboratories for cocaine production. And now, the Pacific region in Nariño, connected with the jungle in Darien, these have become the main forced mobility routes for people transiting through Latin America. And the majority of these migrants are women. Women who are journalists, professionals, escaping from the economic extractivism of countries, and who are redefining the diaspora processes and also the configuration of identities and the recognition of human rights for Afro-descending populations. So within this framework, we decided to create our mission, Science for Peace. What does it mean to involve science and peace in the generation of knowledge in a country that has been under armed conflict for more than 70 years? Well, precisely the purpose of that mission is to develop research prototypes and also to develop the necessary technologies so that we can install capacities to build new legal economic models in the territories. We invited our researchers and doctors around the country, and we asked them about their projects when it comes to science for peace. How can you, as a doctor who's scientifically empowered, how can you contribute to women in Tumaco, Aventura, Barbacoa, and the women in the Caribbean to strengthen their conditions of life? We found wonderful opportunities. Technologies allow us to map gender violence cases, but we can also arrive at diagnosis and solutions. These are women who are developing prosthetics for children, victims of landmines in Colombian fields. But also, women have used research and they have found alternative uses for coca leaves, and they are transitioning from illicit to licit activities, and their impact of the scientific efforts in areas such as pharmaceutical companies, energy companies, industries, agricultural products, and other areas. So that is building science with a representation and leadership of women, acknowledging science as a human right and as a social good for all of us. This means if science is not capable of transforming historical material existential conditions based on gender and social inequalities and existential inequalities, then we have to do more. Science needs to transform, and all scientific research projects led by women in our policies should leave installed capacities in the territories. That means laboratories, governance processes, the transformation of production chains that economically empower women, because that is the only way, in our opinion, of creating direct advocacy that is transformational and that guarantees human rights, so that we can lead our country towards a society of knowledge with gender perspectives and involving the participation in women in all its diversities. Well, to conclude, we would like to talk about interregionality and cooperation. The International Science Council promotes dialogue between Europe, Latin America, the Caribbean, Asia, and Africa, not just as an exchange of knowledge, but as a process of co-designing scientific agendas and public policies. And thanks to our regional focal points, this has allowed us to foster mechanisms that connect scientific communities from the global south with multilateral mechanisms from the United Nations, ensuring that science contributes directly to decision-making processes. These interregional partnerships involving member states, such as the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, that is represented here by more than 57 countries. You are all here this afternoon. Female scientists should not just be part of the research, but they should also guide the priorities towards a more equitable and sustainable growth. So in this sense, dear Minister, I would like to understand how we can strengthen these partnerships between regions so that female scientists don't just partake in the research process, but that they can also guide the agenda towards a truly inclusive and sustainable agenda. Well, as part of CELAC's pro-temporary presidency under the leadership of our national government and President Gustavo Petro, as the Ministry of Science, we lead the scientific cooperation agenda. And we also organized the first bi-regional meeting between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union to address scientific issues and urgent technological debates for humanity. This has never happened before in the history of CELAC. On September 29th, we met in Brussels with more than 30 countries represented by the ministers, deputy ministers of science, technology, and innovation, and we were able to create a cooperation network focusing on a strategic issue: AI and quantum supercomputing. Why these two topics? Because these are the two technologies that are directly connected to the new productivity systems and that are creating a scientific, unprecedented revolution. But when we try to identify how many female scientists are leading these areas of knowledge, well, of course, we didn't identify many of them. The other issue would be lack of awareness and visibility as well. That led the ministry to work on a program for sciences and quantum technologies, which is the first program in Latin America and the Caribbean that gathered all the doctors from the faculties of engineering and arts, because quantum physics is also in arts, in culture, in cultural expressions and humanity. We asked them to present research projects that could shed light on our contributions to these areas of knowledge, and on the other hand, different solutions to strategic issues. The deans of the different universities called me up and they said, Minister, we cannot find the 300 women that are going to be financed by the Ministry of Science. But oh surprise, we actually received more than 1,000 applications. Female, young women working in physics, social sciences, and humanities and other areas that are already undertaking research projects. These projects are now being financed by the ministry, and they will be part of this network, this bi-regional network, in articulation with the European Union, whose epicenter would be Barcelona. In Barcelona, we can find one of the most significant quantum supercomputing centers in the world. And in a few years' time, our Colombian women will be able to strengthen our research capabilities by using these supercomputers that are not available in Colombia. We also face a significant technological gap that we need to solve. What are we seeking now? We want the supercomputing network based on those areas of network to be connected with the universities of the African Union. We have already established contact with our colleagues at ASCUN to be able to develop this system of academic and scientific mobility. And in the short term, we wish to have strategic results. I would like to mention the importance of these networks, and I want to highlight the importance of the scientific ecosystems that are developed around the work generated by universities. And I want to highlight the importance for the national government to maintain an active dialogue with the academic actors of the different science, technology, and innovation ecosystems so that we can strengthen policies and we can reach consensus about the priority areas of knowledge. And this way, we can prevent the dispersion of knowledge, but also the dispersion of resources. And finally, not long ago, we launched our research group measurement program. And when we assessed how the researchers are being measured in our country, we found in previous administrations that they had not included gender perspectives to analyze the scientific productivity of women. Of course, considering their labor conditions and the inclusion to the academia. We conducted an observation process with a differential scoring system for women who in the past 6 years of their academic life have become mothers or that have suffered positive discrimination given their gender, and that led us to a greater recognition of women in science or greater recognition of their scientific productivity. And we believe that this will be a strategic platform so that they can have access to financing mechanisms. As a country, this will allow us to leave a group and research measurement system that is more democratic, decentralized, non-elitist, thinking about the regions, the territories, women and their diversities, and the productivity of the knowledge generated from the different areas of knowledge. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. And thank you, Carolina, and thank you, Dr. Baptiste, as well.
Now it's that time that I promised that you need to do me a favor and ask some questions. So I am not sure whether I can see some hands in the group. Oh, I can't see any hand. Really? Thank you. There's a microphone. Another hand. Thank you. You're wonderful. Okay, go ahead.
Bien, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I am from El Salvador. I want to congratulate the government of Colombia for working so effortlessly in education and for prioritizing women. We are truly fascinated, as well as with my colleague from El Salvador joining me, we are truly fascinated by the level of interest from authorities in promoting education and fostering the opportunities for scientific growth. My question is, if this model serves as a benchmark for other regions in Latin America, and if you have been approached by the Central American region to see how you can promote this agenda for the inclusion of women, and also scientific work, and to understand that women have been discriminated historically in this regard. So I would like to understand how you are disseminating all these strategies and these huge efforts that I see that you are undertaking here, which are quite admirable. Thank you.
From OWDS in Ecuador, my name is Patricia Briceño. I want to thank you for everything that you have touched upon, and in line with what my colleague from El Salvador said, I would like to refer to something more specific. I saw the minister in January this year in Antarctica, coming back from the expedition, and there's a very good Ecuador-Colombia collaboration as part of the Antarctica program. I'd like to ask, what are you thinking of doing in terms of increasing women's participation and advocacy in areas where we're traditionally much more marginalized, as are marine sciences, ocean sciences, like Antarctica? I'd love to learn what your view is and what strategies you're thinking of implementing. Thank you. Thank you so much to the colleagues from El Salvador and Ecuador for your questions. I'd like to start out with the first question. In my experience here at the ministry, changing the patriarchal structures which have been a part of the construction of our nation states imply the level of social sensibility of decision makers, and that is why the different schools and universities and research centers need to make progress in humanizing the research practice. What does it mean to humanize the research practice? To recognize ourselves in the other. If we don't have a policy of recognizing me and the other, we are not going to be able to change the structures. In my experience, I have focused on forced migration and analyzing migration flows between sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America, especially, where I have found the voices and the faces of women that have been victims of social inequality. And this, of course, being able to be aware of that makes our frameworks, our human frameworks, much more sensitive. So it's about humanizing the scientific practice as a need to transform any social transformation process, which is precisely what we have been doing in the 3 years that I have been at the helm of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. My training was with the Zapatista women in Chiapas, with feminist movements in Mexico, with the mothers who seek their children disappeared at the hands of drug trafficking and the drug trade. All of this has given rise to new epistemologies vis-a-vis the relationship of human and governance structures. And it's those very epistemologies that need to help us deconstruct the forms of governance in our context. We have been governed in the same manner for more than 200 years, following a republican system where knowledge hasn't been duly recognized. We're now working on setting up a governance system based on progressivism. So this, of course, brings about logical action frameworks that seek to have an impact on how policies are designed and to bring down those dominant structures. As regards Antarctica and research of hydrobiology, biological sciences, marine research, in that regard, there's an overlap with climate change knowledge and climate change research. What the ministry is doing is it's driving the first Antarctic national program, and we are to set up an Antarctic National Institute with the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that will certainly have a gender perspective and how we lead research vis-a-vis strategic projects. We have a joint agenda with Chile. We are preparing a mission led by women to Antarctica. I won't get ahead of details because we're still finishing up the details between both countries' ministries of foreign affairs, where we believe that this presence in the white continent will provide very important inputs on how climate change is altering the national biological conditions of ecosystems, all of it led by women. Of course, there are already ongoing research endeavors, but as part of recognition frameworks that we either don't know about or that have not been made visible. We also have called upon all structures on the need to incorporate a gender perspective to make knowledge more democratic. We are reaching out to different publishing houses, scientific journal publishing houses, for them to include the gender perspective. Generally, women are co-authors to research projects and the articles that are written for those projects. How can we go from being co-authors to being authors? By being recognized in our contribution in building this knowledge and its impact for the entire scientific community. These are elements that continue to be discussed at a public policy level, and it's still very important for our government that we continue to foster these discussions and these reflections, and we celebrate the fact that all of this is coming from a trans-border discussion. Last, I would like to say, every woman in science becomes a benchmark or something to aspire to, especially for younger girls and women. I know that as you as scientists, when you go to your hometowns, the little girls there are your followers on TikTok or whatever social network, and that's quite important. Being a woman in science brings about a degree of responsibility with the collective memory and the representational symbols, as well as the worldviews that are created in many of these children whose childhood is oftentimes forgotten. But they see women as something to look up to. A little girl in Tumaco, a far-removed town in Colombia, I remember, told me once, "I've been observing you, I've been watching you." To have a little girl follow you on social media means that she sees you as a point of reference. Then this means that you have to be more ethical, more transparent, and certainly hardworking in making sure that you're not being left behind in decision-making for sciences, which is decision-making for politics. Thank you. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you for taking this opportunity to be here and for supporting the interregional dialogue, because I think it's important to hear from the top. And as you also mentioned, we cannot differentiate science from politics. We have to always take into account that the two go together. Otherwise, we cannot keep on pushing the scientific agenda for women if we don't also influence policy. And to thank you, Dr. Baptiste, for first of all hosting us, but also for the wonderful work that you're also doing in terms of pushing the women agenda in science. And Carolina, of course, thank you so much, because it's been amazing. And I think it's really important that we recognize that Also, Carolina was at the backbone of our discussion last year. Once the minister had suggested that we are coming to Bogota, it was also important that we had the support and help from Carolina. So thank you so much for hosting us. And I want to finish. I think the message from the minister is critical. Wherever we do, wherever we are, we need to be able to show it, but also get to realize that we are an example to someone. The future that we've been talking about here today, the shared future, the wonderful future, we have to be an example to set up so that we can have the multiple number of people and women in science that then will make a difference. Thank you so much, and thank you for the audience, and for those who asked the question, thank you. Gracias, señor.
Sí, perfecto. Bien. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
De este extraordinario espacio.
After this wonderful panel,
Agradecemos a la señora ministra.
thank you again to the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, to the Rector of an University, to Carolina, and to Apyio for this wonderful session.
Ahora quiero invitar
Now I'd like to ask Florencia Vergés from the Buenos Aires office to join me here on stage. She will be moderating and, of course, introducing the next plenary session on perspectives from different regions, the British vantage point and the IDRC's vantage point. I would also like to ask Laura Barragan from Colombia's British Council to join us here on stage, as well as Carla Apolinario de Castro from the Federal Fluminense University in Brazil.
Carla Apolinario de Castro.
Carla Apolinario de Castro, are you here now? I know you were here a few minutes ago. While we give the minister a chance to abandon the auditorium, I would like to say that I am tasked with the difficult task of welcoming you to the last session of the first day in this interregional dialogue. Before we begin, and before I tell you what the next panel is about, I would like for us to look back and think of what we've done and heard and learned today. Certainly, many a thing to think about. It is not casual. that we're wrapping up the session with this very plenary. We started out in the morning with a political dialogue, with a great deal of commitment, and we concluded that we were all in agreement that we needed to act. So after that political dialogue, in which we considered the roadmap, the guidelines, and the values, we moved on to panels in which university associations from the different regions gave us their specific experiences of what they have been working on in order to act towards education cooperation. So in the most recent panel, we had a very interesting discussion focusing on equity and equality policy to promote women's access to scientific research. And the Minister of Science Innovation told us about very specific actions that are being undertaken to promote women's participation. And now, from different perspectives, we're going to be welcoming other visions from other regions. We have the British Council and also Canada's IDRC. And through them, we're going to be able to learn about how different regions in the world showcase how we can collaborate, and based on pluralistic and shared values, we can arrive at concrete action. So what these panels are going to do is present two specific and concrete actions that showcase interregional cooperation as a tool for equity. They will also demonstrate how political commitment translated into concrete actions in the regions. First off, I would like to welcome our colleague from the British Council in Colombia, Laura Barragan Montaña. To my far left, she's a senior director at the British Council in Colombia, joined to my near left by a colleague, a Brazilian colleague from the Federal Fluminense University. The British Council has been working with both Brazil and Colombia, and that's how they're going to be presenting a program that I won't refer to any further because I would like for our panelists to talk about the program. So first, Laura and then Carla Apolinario de Castro. The two of them will be presenting this experience. So I leave you Carla and Laura. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you today to show you this work that we have been doing at a regional level, promoted by the British Council. I'm happy that you can see my presentation. Surely, some of you have heard about the British Council, but just to be on the safe side, I'd like to tell you a bit about what we do. We're the UK's international organization in charge of all soft cooperation, i.e. education and culture, in order to promote peace and prosperity between the UK and the more than 110 countries in which we are present. This we do through communication channels and collaboration bridges. We've been present in the Americas for many, many years. We started in Brazil in 1945 and in Colombia in 1939, earlier than that. And all of the actions that we undertake, of course, are geared towards promoting equality, inclusion, and diversity. That's how, at a regional level, we have our Women in Sciences program, Women in Science, which seeks, of course, to strengthen capabilities and bonds and linkages. This may sound ambitious, but what we seek to do is to transform patterns of influence and produce leaderships that do represent gender equality in the STEM area: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. For this, we work along 3 basic lines of work. One of them is inspiration, recognition, and performance. I could take forever talking about each one of them, but I won't do that because whom we mostly want to listen from is our colleague Laura. But I will tell you about some of the challenges that we tried to combat in each one of those pillars. As regards inspiration, we want to inspire little girls to want to pursue the sciences. There's a lack of inspiring models, and there also are a lot of either conscious or unconscious stereotypes and biases from teachers and even family members, and that may impact the quality of scientific teaching for girls, especially at the primary and middle school levels. We also have challenges vis-a-vis a shortage of mentors that can support young researchers, and also a lack of support as regards childcare. There's a lot of evidence that proves the impact of maternity on researchers, how this lowers their publications, and of course sexism and racism, all of which women have to deal with in education institutions. And last, of course, as regards recognition, a lack of financial support, but also an underrepresentation of women in top class research projects and groups. That's how at a regional level we have different programs that seek to work along each one of these lines. And just to give you one example and not to overwhelm you with too much data, as regards inspiration here in Colombia,
we have a program known as Coding for Kids, but now it's called Colombia Programa. This is an effort that reaches more than 1 million students in primary school, where we bring girls closer to computing design. We also have other programs, including scholarships such as Women in Science and Women in STEM, where we allocate funds so that women can complete their master's degrees in the UK. And in addition to this, we have this wonderful program that we would like to tell you about. These are images that we can show you so that you can look up more information online. The interpreters must be adoring me for showing all of this. But this, we just wanted to tell you that you can look it up online. We have podcasts like Women in Science, and we have magazines that can be looked up through our websites. We also have programs at British Council, Mexico, and Peru offering mentorship, where we identify women in universities with mentorship skills, and we train them with UK colleagues so that they accompany researchers arriving at higher level education institutions. And as for recognition, we have this program that we want to tell you about, which were the partnerships for gender equality between the UK and Brazil that sought to identify collaborations between UK universities and Brazilian universities so that they could develop specific projects that would lead to practices and policies that would foster gender equality. This work was undertaken with British universities that would have Athena Swan Charter certifications. Have you heard about Athena Swan Charter? Let me tell you what that is about. Well, this is also important because this inspired us to develop this program. This initiative led to this framework for equality for higher education institutions. What is this framework about? It is a tool to follow up on the implementation of gender equality policies in higher education universities. This structure helps leaders and members of the educational community and everybody that is part of the higher education ecosystem to organize and to understand the importance of gender equality and diversity initiatives so that they can discuss about them and to start planning towards that objective. This is the reason why we say that this framework is a catalyzer for institutional equality, because it helps universities to start debates and to identify actionable working plans. This is also an effort between universities, higher education institutions, and financing institutions. It sends out a sign to the market telling the ecosystem that this is an organization and this is an entity that cares about gender equality aspects. And this also fosters transparency and the collection of data and data analysis so that it makes sense for the university and the ecosystem. What are our principles? This is not a battalion of foreign people coming in to scavenge my university. No, this is an assessment project and there is an assessment team responsible for doing this. This is done in a consultation and participatory manner. This is not just completed at the desk of one single person. However, it does collect data. And this sounds easier than what it truly is because we are talking about uncomfortable data, for example, pertaining to sexual harassment reports, or also the salaries of male and female professors, or also how many articles are being published by male and female professors. These are the numbers that we're trying to gather so that we can shed light on gender equality matters, and we have a communication plan that allows us to develop this framework so that it involves the community and that this data can be presented with transparency. And if we do not have information, we work on a plan to collect the necessary data so that the institution can create self-reflection processes and prioritize matters to be solved. Because in Colombia, we say, if you cover too much, you don't achieve much. So it's not just about solving everything at once, but to set clear priorities so that we can create an effective and measurable action plan. I think I told you about Athena Swan Charter. It is called SWAN because of the Scientific Women's Academic Network. This has been present for 20 years in the United Kingdom already. It was launched in 2005 to recognize the work conducted by universities to promote gender equality in STEM areas. It seeks to institutionalize equality and diversity in higher education universities, and it is so prestigious that now they grant awards. So they could say, I have a gold medal, the silver or the bronze medal by Athena Swan. This creates an ecosystem that allows universities to show that they have transformed and invested in their policies so that they can promote gender equality. One of the greatest impacts of the Athena Swan initiative has proven that 93% of organizations that have joined these efforts indicate that by implementing this certification, they have seen a positive impact in the equality policies in their organizations. This initiative has already expanded, and it's been in Canada since 2019, in the US since 2018, and in the UK we already have 142 universities that are part of this initiative, in Ireland and in Australia as well. So this is not exactly the framework that we are working on now. However, it did serve as inspiration. And of course, there are many impact assessments related to Athena Swan, but this is just an example because we have limited time. But you can see the percentage of female leaders in research in one of the largest research centers in the UK. And you can see the dark pink bar, and we can see how the leaders have increased significantly from almost 7% to 25%. So these are actions that do work. We are excited and we are inspired by this model. And we know that at the British Council, they never seek to copy-paste a foreign model without adapting it to the local context. This is the reason why we started with this initiative to a call for tender for gender equality projects in Brazil so that we can strengthen the capacities to contribute to the framework. We did assessed and evaluated the framework in different geographies in Brazil. We financed 15 projects. One of them, which is part of the university of my colleague Carla, we held 10 workshops covering more than 374 participants. It covered all regions across Brazil because we wanted to secure a diverse audience. And those who participated in the workshops also represented diversities within the different units in the university, because this will not work if we don't have the leadership of the rectors and the authorities of the institution. So they also participated in those workshops. And we had the beneficiaries, including students and researchers. And of course, the largest majority of the participants were women. This hasn't been easy, and there are many obstacles in implementing a framework like this one. I am sure that you already have 152 reasons in your heads to identify why this is hard. It could be bureaucracy, administration. Transforming the traditional structure of a university is a titanic job. There are others that are more political based, and there is no support to change a legislation of the nation, of a state, at the local level or at the university level. And of course, we always lack resources. But of course, these are also cultural issues. Structural sexism in higher education universities continues to prevail. And of course, we do see that this is not a true priority. So the intention of this program was to reach a balance with those incentives, both human and monetary and financial resources, so that the people responsible for this would have access to certain resources. And we also sent out signals to the financing groups for research groups and others. And we said, look, the Brazilian universities that are applying this framework have to be acknowledged for their work. So to conclude, we also conducted an external assessment of this program, Women in Science. The framework has been implemented in Brazil, but the entire program has been already implemented in Mexico, Peru, and Brazil. And the conclusions related to the program's design have been positive. Don't worry, I am not going to read out the slide, but they do highlight the multifaceted focus of the program. This means that we consider the professional trajectory of the researchers from the moment they start their careers until they reach leadership positions. And we have adopted the next necessary contextual adaptation so that they make sense, and that the information received from the UK has been truly valuable, and that we have ensured diverse participation, and local partnerships have contributed to the strengthening of those initiatives. When it comes to implementation, this external assessment also highlighted a greater awareness for all participants involved. This means they are aware of the importance of gender equality. And also, there have been significant advances so that at the institutional level, they would place this as a priority. We also offered mentorship sessions so that we could consolidate the purposes of the framework. And some sessions were offered virtually, and that allowed greater access, and we were able to reach Brazilian universities that are further away. We also included women in the different universities. And of course, we need to highlight the partnerships and the institutional commitment generated. This is just some of the data that we would like to share with you. But this assessment, for example, shows the number of people who answered the survey. And the majority of them had said that this has increased the trust and the confidence in women in advancing in science careers. And also, the implementation of the framework has fostered the promotion of practices for teaching and mentorship that would lead to greater opportunities for women in STEM areas. So this is the very short summary of the work that we have done in this program at the British Council. You can see the QR code if you want to have access to more information. Hopefully you can learn more about the Brazil Gender Equality Framework, and hopefully you can adapt it to your own context. And what is most important now, I have given you the theory, I have told you about the theory, and now we have to see how this has been implemented in the field. And for that, our colleague is going to tell us about her experience from the perspective of the university. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here. I apologize because I will be speaking in Portuguese and Spanish, and I know that it's going to be hard for the interpreters. We know this is the language of the future. I would like to begin my presentation. Can we go back to the previous slide, please? Perfect, thank you. I would like to thank my colleague and Obreal, not just for this opportunity to present the Fluminense Federal University's initiative, as well as our policies centered in women and resilience. But we are also thankful for the support that we have received from Blitz since 2021. They have motivated us and offered us mentorship. I would like to begin by introducing you to the Fluminense Federal University. Our campus is located in the municipality of Niterói in Rio de Janeiro, but the university is also present in 9 other municipalities, including an advanced campus in the state of Pará, which is where COP30 is going to be held. We have an immense community, as you can see. Given the total number of students, both undergraduate and postgraduate students, technicians, and lecturers. For you to have an idea of the size of our institution compared against the community that we serve, we are quantitatively larger than roughly 5,200 Brazilian municipalities in terms of population. And of course, the issues that affect societies at large and the labor market also affect us. As we heard in the previous presentation. So given this challenging situation, we started to develop actions targeting women in science. And we also designed strategies to address inequalities, gender violence, and moral and sexual harassment. at the Fluminense Federal University. We have an administrative structure with a rector, a vice rector, and several directors. We are members of the Organization of Equity and Inclusion. And we're also part of the Commissions for Gender Equality and Transgender Populations, ASEPEC. The path to get there has been long, all the way to the establishment of a specific commission to address issues pertaining to women in science, as we can see in the timeline presented on the slide. In 2018, we started a working group known as Women in Science to start reflecting on these issues at the Fluminense Federal University. We had identified 3 priority actions: policies and support for maternity, dismantling gender stereotypes and implicit prejudices, and ways of fostering greater representation of women in leadership roles at the university. In 2021, we indicated that we would be part of the project to draft the framework. And the framework was an initiative that tackled the institutional administrative issues. So we started to work with higher education institutions, and we developed strategic actions arising from the framework.
With higher education, public higher education institutions, the working groups are temporary and they have a specific scope. That's how we put together the working group and set up a permanent commission on gender equality created in 2022 with several priorities, with policies to support maternity and reproductive rights, also the promotion of a 50-50 distribution between men and women in positions of power and decision-making, and the deconstruction of gender stereotypes. Also confronting gender violence, harassment, and institutional violence. We have an action plan that has very specific measures to follow. We have different areas of work focusing along 3 lines of work as put forth on this slide. And we've made progress in the following areas. As regards maternity programs and actions, there have been strides that have been made, but we still haven't reached the entire community. And we need more concrete and effective actions to tackle all problems and issues identified today at university. These are the areas in which we have made progress as regards the barriers encountered and the responses to those barriers or obstacles. We have identified a number of obstacles that need to be overcome. As well, one of the measures or indicators are impact indicators, which are currently under construction. These two are currently under construction, the ones on the screen. There are also certain practices that can be replicated across all universities and all municipalities. With this, I wrap up my presentation of the initiatives. I again want to thank Obreal and the British Council, and I'm here to help in setting forth an initiative of the like in any one of your countries. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and don't hesitate to reach out if you're interested in learning more about this. Well, thank you so much to Laura for providing such an interesting context on how the British Council works. She said something that I loved. It's not about copy-pasting policies and cooperation initiatives around the world. It's about understanding the context and the needs in each region. It's something that I certainly walk away with, and I hope that you all do too. I'd like now to open up the opportunity for questions and answers. I think we have a question over there.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you to the presenters. My question is, despite this growing awareness on issues of gender inequality, especially when it comes to women in STEM, there is still structural and cultural barriers for women. Now, my question is, what do you think from your research areas that need to be given priorities in terms of policies, and what changes can institutions do urgently to curb this gender inequality? Thank you.
Shall I answer in English or in Spanish? We do have interpretation, so as you wish. I'll answer in Spanish, and I want to thank you for your question. I could give you my opinion of what the priority areas should be or would be, but I think that the spirit is for each university to find what those are for themselves, because it may not be all the same ones depending on each context. We were saying this in the beginning, and I said it in the beginning of the presentation, there's a lack of support for childcare and maternity leave, and this highly impacts women's ability to progress in their area. We call it a leaking pipeline. A sort of, that's where they start to leak. So in the beginning, or leak out of the pipeline, if you will, many start their careers, but as they move forward, many don't make as much progress as their male counterparts. They don't wrap up or come to the end of their doctoral studies and their doctoral work. But when women are most fertile, for every year forward, they would backtrack 3 more years than their male counterparts. So there's evidence that would point to this being one of the priorities where women in science need support for childcare and for maternity leave. But I would suggest that you start out by looking at your own data, by asking yourselves how many women start an undergraduate program, how many start a given master's program. If you look at your faculty, your teachers, how many are women? If you look at male teachers and female teachers, if they have the same workload, are they earning the same wages? We all come from public universities where surely there are more equitable rankings for wages, but this is not the case in private universities, and these are indeed uncomfortable questions. So I'm not avoiding your question at all. Rather, I'm suggesting that you look at the framework, and I'd like to ask the consul here. They were asking if we could again present or project the QR code. The QR code. That's it. This is the type of question that allows you to understand the current situation in each one of your universities. Thank you for the question. I think that there's the issue of maternity and violence, indeed. Indeed, violence is a problem, at least in Brazilian universities, where you have cases of stalking, harassment, sexual harassment. As for maternity, we do have certain measures in place, like bonus payments. We try to make deadlines more flexible. Also, in-person attendance more flexible for women at certain stages in life. But I do think that we haven't made as many strides as regards reducing levels of violence. A special audit effort revealed that 60% of Brazilian universities do not have any measures to counteract gender-based violence in place. So we're at risk in that regard. When women enter the realm of STEM, this indeed has an impact along their careers, not just on their financials, but also in general their well-being. We have another question to my left, if you can please help us pass down the microphone. And also towards the middle of the auditorium, if you like, we can take both questions and then go back to our panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Carla from Costa Rica. Thank you to both presenters for your presentations. I do have a question. In Costa Rica, I'm part of the engineering school, and 25% of teachers there are women, whereas the rest are men. This means we have yet a lot to overcome as regards gender equality. My question is, what is the possibility of say, having a collaboration with the British Council for Central American countries? Has this been looked into? Is there any possibility that we can work with you to start to tackle these issues in our region? Let's get the next question, please, and then we'll answer both questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Mambe Chaba from South Africa, working in the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. We strongly believe in supporting women in science, and we have many programs that support that, to the point where we are trying to almost get a balance, but we are seeing a negative impact that our programs have, where men or boys feel left out, they feel emasculated, they feel like they are not seen. How do we ensure that we don't have a situation where men perpetuate gender-based violence because they feel less included? What kind of programs do you have in place that can support women in science but still make sure that men are not left out? Thanks.
Would you like to go first? I'll go first then. So I'll tackle the second question first, and thank you so much to both of you for your interest. I'll give you the politically correct answer and then the real answer. That was a joke, but as you heard, we are present in more than 100 countries. But of course, there are many more countries in the world. And sadly, even here in Latin America, we're not present all across. Nonetheless, we do work with countries even if we don't have an office in their country, and many of the content that we offer can be offered online. So it's not a no. We're not saying that we cannot work with Central American countries. We work with many countries where we don't have a direct presence in many different realms, like with Panama, with examinations and testing, also with other Central American countries. But I would invite you to follow us on social media, British Council Americas, where you're going to find a number of tender processes and resources open to countries where we don't have a physical presence, which in the end is what we want to attain. We want to build bridges with countries where we can build a rapport even if we don't have a direct British Council presence, as well as to foster a network between Latin American countries and beneficiaries of different programs, because there's a great deal of human capital in that regard. If you think of what a university in Mexico or in Brazil or in Costa Rica could help us attain. As for the second question, I don't know if you'd like to reply first, Carla, how to ensure that men and young boys don't feel excluded. It's a true question. We have sought to involve men. There are very few here in the room, but this certainly is a testament to the fact that it's not easy, and yet it is possible. Because we are not the problem as women. It is the men who impose these problems. So they can choose to be a part of the problem, or they can choose to be a part of the solution. It's a cultural issue also. And we ought to tackle it and understand it as such, even at the university and the institutional level. I didn't understand the second question. No, actually the first question was for Laura. Go ahead, Laura. If we do have time, I think you're posing a very difficult question, ma'am. And I do think that it carries with it a discussion around positive discrimination, which applies not only in terms of gender, but also ethnicity and race. When there's affirmative action that seeks to offset historical inequalities, those who feel excluded as a result will surely raise their voices. So as Carla mentioned, we need to ensure that men are part of the discussion from the very get-go. But yes, there will be backlash. There will be white scientists, men who have been used to accessing all of these opportunities who are going to say it's not fair, and it's going to happen, and it has been happening around the world. From a personal standpoint, I think that data are our best line of defense, and that's why the program shows that data. Look at the historical inequality. What was the percentage of women in science back in when? 25% is what you said for Costa Rica, just currently? If you feel excluded, look, you're 75% nonetheless, is what you can say to a man who points it out. But again, we need to ensure that we can include those who have been traditionally excluded, hoping not to exclude many or to have them feel excluded. But we need to take a position, and we can do this with data and evidence. Well, I know that time is of the essence. I see there are more questions. We're going to wrap up this first section of the last panel. We want to thank Laura and Carla for their inspiration. So please, you can leave the stage so that we can now invite our colleagues from Canada's IDRC. Matilda and everyone else, if you want to start to approach, I think you two have to set up the chairs in a certain fashion. So we can give it maybe 5 minutes. And in the meantime, housekeeping announcements, please. At 6:30, we're going to be having our cocktail party. Very interesting, very appealing. You're all welcome to come and to stay until the end. It will be worth your while. Very well. We will now go on to the second and last conversation of this panel. We want to welcome our colleagues from the International Development Research Center in Canada, the IDRC. IDRC is a partner of Obreal's for a very long time now that has proven to have concrete actions and vision in the regions. So we have gone from UK to Canada and then from Latin America to Europe, which is surely a demonstration of what an interregional dialogue is. Without further ado, and yielding to Matilda, I'd like to first give you some context. This morning we had the ambassador of Canada to Colombia, Miss Elizabeth Williams, and she referred to specific experiences and initiatives of the IDRC in the region. So I will yield to Matilda to tell you about something very, very interesting, and I'm sure that jointly with British Council, we will see how these are very concrete endeavors that demonstrate how actions can truly bring about social transformation. So thank you so much, Matilda. Thank you so much. I would like first to yield to my colleague.
Hello, good afternoon. You're in for a real treat in this final plenary session. My name is Ian Thompson, and I am one of the senior program specialists at IDRC. Today, we are launching our newest publication. You're here at a book launch today, but it's a special book launch. You not only have one author, you have 4 authors sitting before you on the stage today. At IDRC, some of you may know the International Development Research Center. We are part of Canada's foreign policy and international cooperation work. Our funding goes to researchers in Latin America, in Africa, and various regions around the world who are conducting research on the challenges facing their countries and their regions. For over 50 years, this has been IDRC's model. We fund research closest to the problem because that is where we are going to find solutions. And today you'll be hearing some exciting solutions. When we set our strategy for this decade, IDRC identified rising inequalities as one of the 2 greatest crises facing our world today. I'm an engineer by training myself. Having studied engineering and started my career in engineering, I know just how gendered the STEM fields are. And that was a focus for us at IDRC. For the past 5 years, we have had a concerted effort to support research on studying what are the barriers, the gender barriers in STEM fields in the Global South. It's a field that was relatively under-researched. There was a lot of studies and findings from the North, but not enough from researchers in the South. We built a network of researchers, and you'll be meeting some of them today. Think of this session as almost like a podcast, where you get to hear great thinkers sharing their thoughts, their ideas for action. Matilda, my colleague, is our podcast host. She's a knowledge-sharing expert at IDRC and also edited this compilation from contributions from researchers and scholars from across Latin America and Africa. Before I turn it over to them, I just want to issue a challenge to all of you to listen carefully, because I think in what you're going to hear today, there is an action or a recommendation or a new idea that you can bring back to your context. From whichever place you've come from today, you're going to hear something new, something innovative you haven't heard before. So keep your ears open. Before we turn it over to the panel, I'm just going to invite Laura Gailly from the UNESCO Gender Equality and Science team to say a few words. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, or should I say, dear colleagues, good afternoon or almost good evening, and thank you, Ian and Matilda, for the introduction and the invitation. So it's really a real pleasure to be here today. This is the final panel of a very long, but I think we can say fascinating day, to discuss such an important topic. So I really hope that you are all still awake and that the coffee is still kicking in. So we have talked about it several times today, but why is it so important to talk about dismantling gender stereotypes in STEM, which is the name of this session? So I'll start with some encouraging news, because I think we do need it. Women's participation in higher education has increased worldwide, according to UNESCO data. But I'm afraid that I already have to switch to some less cheerful reality. So according to UNESCO data, women still remain less likely to pursue studies in STEM fields. Actually, only 35% of STEM graduates are women. And as we move along the research pipeline, the gap widens, as women represent less than 1/3 of professional researchers globally. And then when we continue and we look at academic leadership positions, the disparity becomes even more striking. So to give you a number, in 2023, only 1 in 4 of the world's top 200 universities, only 1 in 4, I repeat, was led by a woman, with particular concern in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia Pacific. And another number, in 2020, women just hold 17% of seats in national science academies. And also what's interesting is that we see that over the last decades, progress has been slow and uneven. So this means that there is a clear sign that structural barriers still hold women back from entering, staying, and advancing in science, and especially, of course, in certain fields and certain regions. But all this, you already know. But why does this matter for science and for society itself? So something new and interesting we did last year at UNESCO is that we asked over 700 researchers from diverse regions and diverse disciplines, what would be different in your field if more women were involved in science, to actually directly hear from the community. And the answers were really inspiring. So they imagine research that addresses a wider range of needs. They imagine a world where innovation would be faster and more inclusive. They imagine a world where scientific culture would be guided by ethics, collaboration, and social impacts. Then they also imagine a world about a better, let's say, power of role models. So how seeing women in science also helps younger generations believe that they belong there too. So then the question that we have been asking ourselves today is, how do we make this vision a reality? Because I think, like here, all of us, we do agree that the burden shouldn't fall on women to adapt to a male-dominated system. It's a system itself that must evolve to create environments where everyone can thrive, contribute, and be recognized. And that's where the UNESCO call to action, Closing the Gender Gap in Science, that was launched last year in February 2024 for the International Day of Women and Girls in Science comes in. So with this call to action, we try to provide practical guidance for governments, institutions, teachers, CEOs, professors, women's network, and other actors across three main pillars that I hope will be helpful for today's panel. So the first pillar is about dismantling gender stereotypes and biases by increasing the visibility of role models, and by role models we mean women scientists, at the societal level. Then the second pillar is about opening educational pathways for girls in science through innovative and inspiring educational approaches that can actually spark boys and girls' curiosity in science. So this is at the educational level. Third pillar, creating inclusive workplace environments with policies and practices that promote DEI. So this is at the institutional level. And then in just 1 year, this call to action, we really saw, we were very happy about it, that it really gained global momentum. To give you one number, it brought together a community of more than 8,000 experts and stakeholders worldwide. And little parenthesis, but we also have a LinkedIn group called UNESCO Advancing Gender Equality in Science. If you're not yet part of it, I invite you to join it. And also the call to action has really given visibility to existing initiatives so through a compendium of best practices, has strengthened research collaborations, including with UNESCO chairs. It inspired new projects, from media training for women scientists to the campaign Every Voice in Science that we'll show you just after. And especially also it became a framework for other initiatives, such as this fantastic book, Dismantling Gender Barriers in STEM, that you will hear about very soon. And it also led to a new project supported by IDRC and implemented in collaboration between OWSD and UNESCO headquarters, that it will be starting very soon, but I'll save that story for the closing remarks. So to conclude on a positive note before this panel, what we see from UNESCO data is that progress is possible. Existing data really show that gender parity in science is within reach for all countries, regardless of the size of their workforce or of the region. What we actually need most is the political and social will to make it happen. And that, we believe, really begins by sharing evidence, listening to one another, just as we are about to do with this wonderful IDRC book and this wonderful panel. And really to finish, because we don't have a lot of time, we just want to show you a video from this Every Voice in Science campaign that was inspired from the responses to the survey I just mentioned earlier, and thanks to the support of IDRC. And then I wish you a good video and an excellent panel, and see you later.
Imagine a symphony. Every voice, every note, building to something big. Imagine, as the music builds, you notice instruments missing. What if entire sections were silenced? When we limit what's possible, we limit how far we can go. Now imagine scientific progress. The hands that shape AI to listen and understand. The minds that unlock the secrets of conquering cancer. The hearts that protect our planet's delicate balance. The visionaries turning sunlight into usable energy. Today, only 1/3 of these voices belong to women. Imagine more. More perspectives. More innovation. More impact. Imagine a world where every question finds its answer. Every idea its champion. Where no voice is left unheard. Science has no limits, and neither should the people who drive it forward.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Ian. Thank you to all of you here today for bearing with us in this very last session of a very, very long but fruitful day. I'm so honored to be here today and so excited to share with you all the fruits of all of us here on this stage's labor over the past year. We've been working very hard to actually come to this point where we have a publication to share with all of you, bringing together a lot of the work that we've done, a lot of the evidence that we've gathered exactly on this topic and on this pressing subject that so many of us here today are so motivated to work on and to help dismantle. I don't want to take too much time because I know the clock is quite literally ticking in front of me. So I want to make sure we have lots of time to hear from the actual authors of the book. I do want to acknowledge that while we do have I'm very glad to say that we do have 4 of our authors here with us today. There are many other contributors to this book from across Africa and Latin America that aren't able to join us, but whose words are all found in the publication, and we hope that you all take the time to hear from them as well. So to start us off, I would just love to know from each of you, just to get a little bit of background on who you are, on what kind of project you were working on, and also what professional and personal experiences brought you to contribute to this book today. Paula, could we start with you?
Thank you so much for having us here. It's a real pleasure and it's like a miracle to see the book. Okay, my name is Paula Vasquez. I work in a university in Cali, Colombia, and I've been working with women and green industries for the last 20 years. So I have seen how women have a lot to give in this field and have a voice and have wonderful skills to help us fight climate change, water resources, problems that we have right now, and other environmental problems that all we know we are facing in developed and developing countries. What we did in the IDRC project was precisely working with women's participation in this green industries field. How could we do to really foster their participation, how to develop their skills, how to break or to remove these barriers, gender barriers at institutional level in education, in the education sector, to help women to really make a progress and have a voice and have much more representation in this field.
Thank you so much. Andrea?
Buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Matilda, and I want to thank the IDRC as well. My name is Andrea Potes. I come from Palmira, Valle del Cauca, Colombia. I work with the National Learning Service, SENA, and we offer vocational training from operator levels, technicians, and technologist levels. For me, as an environmental engineer by trade, of course, this is a huge expectation for me to see the participation of women in these fields. They continue to be trained. However, they face complications to conclude their training processes, but also for them to reach leadership positions and successful positions so that they serve as role models for other women and that they have access to opportunities as well. I come from an institution that is present throughout the national territory. We are present in 1,102 municipalities. We cover rural areas in Colombia as well, or remote areas in Colombia. However, we still need to guarantee access, but also heighten the performance and the recognition of women in this field. This is the reason why we are truly grateful for the contributions to this project, because this is our purpose. We face huge challenges to conclude the cycle, and this is the reason why we're here, so that we don't just offer greater access, but that we can ensure that both women, men, young girls, and boys can choose whatever career they wish to study, and not to allow gender to determine their profession, but that it's rather based on their vocation. Thank you. Dominica?
seeing the challenges that women were facing engaging in urban agriculture. So coming to this particular initiative, I would say I have over 20 years of experience in the area of gender equality and women's empowerment. So in 2019, I came across an IDRC call for proposals on breaking barriers. And I decided to focus on a specific initiative of the government of Zimbabwe to promote gender equality in university education. So I chose a case study of Women's University in Africa, which to me is a unique initiative of the government of Zimbabwe. The university was established in 2002, but since then there was no evaluation of the successes of that particular initiative and also the challenges that the university was facing in terms of addressing gender disparities in university education. So I decided to respond to the call for proposals from IDRC, specifically focusing on this particular case study. So, and using a unique methodology back then, the gender audit methodology, which was also very unique to the higher education sector. So the findings of this particular project supported by IDRC were actually very exciting, and I thought it's important to contribute to this particular volume that Matilda has made reference to. Contributing to this initiative, to me, was important from a number of perspectives. First of all, is presented the UNESCO call to action to close the gender gap in science is a practical call to action. And the findings from the IDRC-funded project were actually very practical from the methodology itself and also from co-creation of the solutions that we're supposed then to implement within Women's University in Africa. So contributing to this particular publication was then informed by the need to share the practical solutions that the Women's University in Africa is implemented in response to pathway, to the pillar number 2 on opening educational pathways to addressing the gender gaps in science.
Good afternoon, everyone of all genders. The only man in the panel is now called upon to speak. And as you can see, I'm not dressed properly. You all look so nice and smart. Just to let you know that my luggage didn't make it, and that's why I still have on my sneakers. Over the last 20 years or so, as part of my professional experience, I've had the opportunity of being a part of the consultation and the research effort on scholarship programs that help promote equality, social inclusion, and social change in higher education institutions. Conventional, I'm going to call them, higher education institutions in Mexico and Latin America. As regards my professional experience, which is pertinent to what I'm about to share, I had the chance to lead in Mexico a program. It was an international postgraduate program, scholarship program, led by the Ford Foundation in 21 countries, including countries in Latin America, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, all geared towards opening up master's degree opportunities to individuals coming from disadvantaged economic or social groups, to have them be included as part of the program. I too was a part of a committee that advised on an impact study with a 10-year span for this international program. The study wrapped up just last year. As part of this work and my research experience in general, I have focused on studying which actions, or on studying the actions that seek to expand or reinforce opportunities to access quality higher education, specifically for indigenous populations in Mexico, specifically speaking, but of course, always observing what's happening in the rest of the region of Latin America. Most recently, I was asked to be a part of a support study to understand the academic experiences of a group of 12 women who had been awarded scholarships as part of the postdoc work opportunity for indigenous women in the STEM realm. It was the first program of its type in Mexico with 3 components. So the target population were women, more specifically speaking, indigenous women with doctoral degrees. Second, the level of training, again, postdoc work. And third, focusing this program on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I'd like to very quickly tell you that in terms of statistics, the access of indigenous populations in Mexico to education, as is the case in the rest of Latin America, is extremely, extremely low. Somewhere between 1% to 4%. And if we talk about indigenous women alone, the most marginalized amongst the marginalized, this percentage is a lot lower. And if we think of those who have managed to get through their doctoral degree, their PhD, and are looking for a postdoc opportunity, the figures go to something like 0.0 some percent. So that's why this was an important endeavor undertaken by that program. In my chapter, or the chapter that I contributed to, and thank you, Matilda, for this invitation, and also Hannah from my DRC, who is not present right now. The chapter that I helped author tackles issues of development and of the main results of the program, focusing on future forecasts of what actions are necessary in order to promote inclusion of young indigenous women in STEM areas, so that the actions don't depend on specific programs that are important but that don't last long, but rather that they may be included as a result of institutional policies that allow for systematic inclusion of this underrepresented group. Thank you, David.
Key reflections that we've gotten from our publication, because although our publication is a collection of case studies, we do find a lot of cross-cutting themes and insights that we think are quite relevant to a variety of different stakeholders and audiences. So maybe just to start with maybe both of you, Paola and Andrea, I am interested in knowing, based on your experiences, what are some of the most persistent, both institutional or even policy level barriers that you've encountered in your research? And maybe how have you found that these can be actually addressed?
So much, Matilda. Okay, I think we found that policies, as policies themselves, tend to be so general, and it's difficult to find these recommendations to put them in practice. So the operationalization of policies, we find there like a gap. How can we just put this in practice? And also because the dissemination of policies sometimes is only directed to specific actors, but some other actors that are quite important are left behind, or their role is not clear. So what we have done during the project was to try to develop different strategies to try to put in practice what the policy wanted us to move to, or to move forward. And what the book also allowed us was to share these specific activities or actions to do so. So I guess that's one of the biggest barriers. And to give you an example, sometimes we find that these STEM policies, gender in equity in STEM, is most relevant for educational actors or policy actors, but what about entrepreneurs? Some of the activities we did was to bring apprentices from SENA to be involved transforming polluting industries into greener businesses. So they had the opportunity to participate during the environmental diagnosis, during the environmental action plan, and also during the implementation of green technologies, and see the whole transformation of these enterprises. So the role of that entrepreneur opened their doors to apprentices and also different experts, women as role models, not belonging to governmental institutions, just working as consultants or maybe with another kind of institutions, not necessarily educational ones, was key for us. Bringing all these actors together, and some of them didn't even know they had a role in these STEM fields, in these gender and green STEM fields.
Thank you. Andrea, would you like to provide any specific insights from your work with SENA in particular?
Okay, bueno. Let's see. So, in addition to what Paola mentioned just a few moments ago, we were basically in a situation with our apprentices, both men and women, in the sense that they didn't have role models in the sciences, either men or women, much less Colombian, men or women. So in the end, with the program, once we identified all the barriers that they were facing in terms of access, in terms of development, in terms of being able to come to the end of their programs, their studies, and then to perform professionally, it became evident that we needed to provide soft and hard skills that would allow them to bring down those barriers. But those barriers, in many a case, were not for our apprentices or instructors to bring down. There are several actors that needed to be taken into account. Oftentimes, graduates won't be able to find a job in the productive sector. Oftentimes, surely they will find opportunities in what we're calling the popular economy, which are ever larger in our countries. And as I mentioned earlier, if we consider the fact that SENA has a countrywide presence in the regions, we don't only tend to specific needs of the larger industries, but also the smaller production units that have an environmental impact even without knowing it. And also that that women's role in these areas are going unrecognized. So as part of the project, we were able to, on the one hand, with soft skills, help build and co-create with the beneficiaries of the program on strategies like prototypes that would allow a small family that grows coffee in a far removed area to think of their production unit as a system and not just coffee milling, for example, but that they were doing other things as part of the coffee growing and coffee production effort that were contributing to the entire ecosystem. And we were able to, with those units, with university students, with apprentices, and with mentors, we were able to co-create and to build something together for that family to think of that production unit as a system so that they could start to grow in a more sustainable and green fashion. And not just with coffee growing, but with urban orchards with women victims of violence in homes and shelter homes. Also, recognizing the importance of different education levels was very important as part of this project. At the technical and technological levels, our students could think of themselves as peers to professional program students, and to recognize a teacher or a faculty member as a scientist. Oftentimes, we don't think of the importance of applied research, and we also train through projects. And when we tackle an actual situation in an actual community, there too we're having research products. We'll tell you of a research effort where an apprentice in one workshop said, "I will be the next scientist," Colombian woman scientists. And we have to produce these publications because we need proximal role models, living role models in our very own regions, from our very own context, so that our apprentices at SENA, our young women and men, see that someone else could bring down a barrier that they may think that they can bring it down to, and that the institutions are there to help them and support them along the way. Thank you so much, Andrea. David, I would love to hear from you on the issue of these more persistent obstacles as regards women in STEM, be it institutional or political obstacles. David speaking. Let me share with you that in June last year, there was an initiative by the books coordinators, which allowed me to meet the co-authors who are joining me here on the panel, and several others that contributed to this volume. And since there was a contrast between the challenges that we had dealt with in Mexico to be able to roll out the program from a research perspective, and how this is a part of the operational team, and how I was able to support the grantees. At some point, I felt that the challenges that we had faced had been at least cross-cutting and certainly different. So, as with many other programs, like PEPME and many other innovative programs, there are many a barrier to face. And I'd like to refer to two specific barriers that I think are worth mentioning in this auditorium. I referred to this in my earlier intervention, and this has to do with the lack of reliable information about the group, the target group. Again, indigenous women scientists in the STEM area. Understanding who they were, how many of them we have in the country, what their areas of expertise are, also what type of research projects they are working on, how did they make it all the way to this postdoc level, having overcome so many barriers, and understanding what pathways may be available for indigenous women to continue to walk down. Many of these questions were basically pending when the program was rolled out. It was rolled out in 2018. I'm not saying that, but 2023 at its wrap-up, we had answers, but at least we certainly plant that seed to start to tackle and answer these questions. The second big challenge was the shortage in terms of practices for systematic inclusion of this group of young women scientists in STEM fields. Yes, there were some attempts, or there have been some attempts in the public research centers where they did their postdoc work. Some efforts to incorporate female researchers, but mostly just at the female level, not the indigenous women level, thinking of ethnicity as yet a differential component. Again, pathways are many, some in the midterm, some in the longer term, but I'd like to mention two, which I think are relevant. First, to finance studies that may support these programs during their rollout. And in this, I don't mean conventional studies that produce information that is, yes, valuable, but rather, Matilda and Hannah, the studies that you refer to in your introductory remarks that you have called transformative research. In other words, research that affords knowledge on the program's application, profiles of applicants, etc., but that also look into what continues to deepen these gaps despite actions that have been undertaken for 20 years or more to include a larger group of indigenous women at the undergraduate level, not as intensely at the postgrad and doctoral level in our countries in Latin America, but that once they're able to get in, that they can help co-create research agendas. That's the first thing that we need to make progress on. The second thing has to do with joining efforts in disseminating the results of this type of program and of the programs mentioned in the book, as well as the research efforts that support these programs. In other words, research efforts that support these programs from the very onset, so that when they come to an end, these programs, and this is the case of PEPMI, we may have systematized information and supporting analyses that allow us to, at the wrap-up of the program, to have relevant information, be it that we use it to continue fostering similar programs, or that on the basis of experience, we can inform policy decision-making efforts. And who needs to be a part of this? I think the entire team at large. This has to do with the financing entities, the ones that operate the programs, the higher education institutions where these studies take place, of course, and indeed the very women and the indigenous groups that are benefiting. They each have their own advocacy spaces and networks which can be brought together to ensure that these efforts and these dissemination endeavors have a greater resonance. Thank you.
I think at this point it's also important to frame our discussion a little bit on change and what we can actually do with some of the insights that we have in this publication. So I wanted to direct the next question to you, Dominica. I'm interested in knowing what you think a bold, actionable roadmap for change really looks like, especially considering the actors that we have today with us and that are kind of our captive audience for the afternoon. And also, who do you think needs to be at the table to make these changes happen?
Thank you, Matilda. I think what is critical is, first of all, evidence. And the evidence should be informed by the narratives of the women and girls that are involved. So from the study that we conducted, I always give an example of the women that were studying animal science at the Women's University in Africa, who came from a background where they were not exposed to dealing with large livestock. And they were exposed to large livestock at university level. So they were facing challenges dealing with large livestock as a result of their backgrounds. So it then informed the development of initiatives around dealing with infrastructure to support the effective participation of women in such disciplines. So for me, the most critical thing to start off with is generating evidence and amplifying the voices of women and girls in science programs. Then secondly, earlier people were talking about political will. But the political will should be informed by policy transformation. And of course, value-based leadership. We need a leadership that is committed to promoting gender equality and the participation of women in science. So policy transformation, which is not only ticking the boxes, but ensuring that the policies are implemented, they are monitored for their effectiveness, they are also evaluated, and learning is, or lessons are taken and implemented. So the issue around policy transformation, I think, is also very critical. Then, of course, ensuring that the learning and teaching infrastructure is also responsive to the needs and lived realities of women in science. So that calls for an injection of resources. So the aspect of funding is also quite critical when we want to seriously address issues of women's participation in science. Apart from that, staff capacity, I think, is also quite critical. We need to build the capacity of our staff, both teaching and non-teaching staff, to be able to respond to the needs, diverse needs of women and girls in science. So for me, it's quite a number of initiatives, but the last one that I would want to make mention of is dealing with a silo approach to the participation of women and girls in science. We need an ecosystems approach. Earlier, somebody mentioned about the leaking pipeline. So we need to identify where the leaking is taking place and address those. And that requires a multi-stakeholder as well as an ecosystems approach to addressing these issues. So in response to your last question, Matilda, on who should be brought to the table, the ecosystems and multi-stakeholder approach calls for everyone to be called to the table. It calls for collective responsibility to addressing this particular issue. It calls for the community, the parents, the guardians, the boys, the girls, the women and men at community level. And through our community engagement activities, we can also play a part as universities. Civil society organizations can also reach out to the same communities with gender awareness sessions. Our academic staff, our non-academic or teaching staff have also a role to play in educating the students and also ensuring that they promote gender-responsive pedagogy in their activities with students. The government, from a policy perspective, giving policy direction, but also the institutional leadership has got a responsibility to ensure that the institutional policies speak to national policy frameworks and also operationalize those at institutional level. We also have the student, the female student, the male student themselves. They also have a role to play, changing attitudes towards uptake of science programs. So for me, it's a collective responsibility, including industry. Yeah, because it's one thing for universities to provide a conducive environment for the female student to participate in science. And it's another thing after graduation, they go into an industry that does not provide the necessary infrastructure for them to flourish in that particular profession. So it's everybody's responsibility.
Thank you so much, Dominica, for laying out such a clear perspective as well. David, is there anything you'd like to add to what Dominica has responded to here? I'm curious for your perspective as well.
Well, yes, I was thinking about my answer to this question, and again, based on the experience of the postdoctorate program for indigenous women. However, I cannot think of a clear idea of this actionable roadmap. However, I do know that for this process to be truly significant and that it contributes to the transformation that we all expect and that we all yearn and that we have all been investing in, we need to have a long-term plan, and it has to be institutionalized in a way that it does not depend on successes, individual successes, regardless of how important they are. So if we are to reach that level, we need the participation, the joint participation of several actors. I already mentioned policymakers and decision makers, and of course, we need to involve academic communities and the institutions that finance these programs. All of them have to be part in the design of any plan that could lead to a change. And just briefly, I would like to tell you that in the case of PETMI, when the IDRC, together with the National Council of Science and Technology of Mexico, which were the financing institutions, when they sat down in consultation with the science division to say that there is an area of opportunity to contribute to this agenda of underrepresentation of indigenous women in STEM areas, then that is an initial step. That is already a first sign. Houston, we have an issue. So we have a problem. We do require resources. They also come from institutions. So in this case, we need resources to take action. So again, international cooperation becomes pivotal for countries like Mexico and the rest of South America and Latin America. It is wonderful to see these actions promoted by the IDRC from Canada. And after joining forces with these research centers, then they become key stakeholders, because that is where they conduct the necessary research that are contributing to addressing important challenges affecting Mexican communities, but they can also strengthen their profiles and their trajectories. So then they can be seen as role models and change promoters. So I think that I would like to conclude for now because I don't want to take much of your time, but these would be the steps that we need to follow. Thank you very much.
Move us carefully into a closing, but I think it would be worth zooming in on higher education institutions in particular. And I'm wondering, both Andrea and Paula, how do you think higher education institutions can become more accountable and more proactive in fostering inclusive STEM environments like the ones that we're talking about?
Okay, I think we have a lot of things to do, and I think I will not finish today. But we discovered something during the project that was pretty interesting. I know it's in the literature, but for us was also key. We need to start thinking about education as education chain. We talk about value chain, food value chain, okay, we need to talk about education chain too. So we can see it as a system We need, as educations at the universities or higher education with Tibet education, to think about how to bring high school or schoolgirls more, closer to STEM fields in universities. How to develop activities together, but not only in the special dates, Women's Day, okay, all girls here to the university. No, that doesn't work. We need continuous activities, and also how to bring entrepreneurs closer to the university, and how to really break these stereotypes, maybe, I don't know, in a hidden way. There are ways we can do. We have extension courses. Okay, we can start the entrepreneurs dive for these technical courses. Why not having these courses, but with female professors? So we can start breaking that beliefs that women are not the ones that they prefer, because we see that in the practical stage. Last semester in universities, they have to do these practical activities in enterprises to get graduated. And entrepreneurs tell us, oh, I do prefer men. Okay, but if they start seeing women professors doing extension courses, maybe that's a way we can start breaking those barriers too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Andrea?
Gracias.
Well, we face a huge challenge, of course, because I believe that we need to bring science closer to common citizens. That means the different levels of science, which are similarly important. Many times, this dissemination only takes place in certain groups and it doesn't reach all populations. And I think that it's truly important to disseminate this so that we can have benchmarks, but also to acknowledge the advances conducted by different organizations and entities. And that will then allow us to also join those efforts and be stronger. But I also believe that as institutions, we face a huge challenge in the way we offer our training and education programs, not just for the applicants who are going to join that system to obtain training, but also for the labor world, for the productive sector. They also need to be aware of the skills and capabilities that our graduates are going to be developing. And at the end of the day, we can tackle this barrier, because many times people just look at the name of the training program or the career and they imagine that these are activities that are going to be undertaken only by men. For example, programs that have been masculinized traditionally. So we face the challenge in luring applicants and students so that they enroll in these training programs so that they can conclude them as well, but also for companies and the productive sector to also recognize these women who are professionals in those areas as being sufficiently capable to contribute to those companies with the technical skills that they have learned. And I think that we need partnerships between the different institutions so that we can acknowledge each other as different, but also as chasing a single objective so that women can grow and be included in the productive sector. I think that this is important so that we can all grow together. Thank you very much.
Dominica, could I ask you just very
Dominica,
quickly to answer the question as well?
Thank you. For me, I think what is critical is to have equality and equity as part of an institutional culture, so that strides that are registered around women's participation in science do not vanish or end with the change in leadership in universities. So that's one strategy. Then secondly, as part of institutionalization, I think it's also critical that women in science becomes one of the key pillars in strategic plans, which allows for monitoring and also continuous evaluation. And of course, it should also become part of the key performance areas for university leaders. That way, I think it becomes something that is institutionalized and continues to be followed on. In addition, I also think that what's also important is
what IDRC has done, document good practices, replicate them, upscale them. So I think those are some of the initiatives that higher education institutions can actually follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope this gives you all a bit of a taste of what we have included in our publication, and we're very excited to say that actually our book, Dismantling Gender Barriers in STEM, Perspectives from the Global South, is actually open access, free for the public, free for download. So we do invite you all to look for the book online and download it yourselves, read the different chapters, speak with our authors here today, and contact those that aren't here today for more questions and follow-ups. There's a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of insights that I think are really interesting, really actionable, and give us a picture of what can be done. We also are excited to announce that we do have some physical copies of the book here with us today. So if any of you are interested in grabbing a free copy, please reach out to me and I'm happy to give you one. You might also ask one of the authors to sign it for you if you're interested. But we're very, very excited, and thank you so much to Obreal as well for the opportunity to do our launch here. I'd love to turn just the final word to Laura from UNESCO just to kind of wrap things up for us. And I apologize, I know it's very little time.
Thank you, and I think one word, congratulations. So really, congratulations. And I hope you are all very excited to read it, because I am. So my closing remarks will be a bit longer than this one word, sorry. I know we're all very excited about this cocktail to continue discussing, but I also heard that the chief is very good. So in a few words, I think we can conclude from this panel that a lot remains to be done. But what's very exciting, I think, is that we see that there is a really strong willingness from many different actors to put policies, to put initiatives in place to dismantle these gender barriers in STEM. And what we have seen today, and with this panel, our speakers, and I'm sure like many of you in this room, that you already have great policies in place and very inspiring examples to share. And so building on this momentum, and thanks to the support of IDRC, OWSD and UNESCO headquarters are launching a new joint project titled Strengthening Institutional Capacity for Participation and Leadership of Women in Science with Evidence and Best Practice. Yes, that's quite a title, but the idea behind it is simple. We really want to make scientific institutions, perhaps I should rather say ecosystems, places where women can participate, lead, and thrive, especially in regions where they remain largely underrepresented. And so part of this project, it's a big project, but part of it will focus on really identifying and analyzing these best practices at the higher educational level, so from universities and research institutions, maybe some of your universities and research institutions. And if you still remember my opening speech, it's okay if you don't, this project will directly fall under the third pillar of the UNESCO call to action, Closing the Gender Gap in Science. And so through this project, we'll establish a global community of practice, and really we will look at 25 universities and research centers, 5 per region, that have successfully implemented gender equality policies, such as gender equality plans, and really look this time at what has really worked in these policies and why. And so then we'll support, based on that, more stakeholders to apply this evidence through policy leadership training for key actors, and as well we'll develop a peer matching program connecting some of these wonderful institutions already leading on gender equality with good policies with other institutions that are seeking to strengthen their own policies and frameworks. So the goal is really to use UNESCO and OWSD to really create this global space, as today with this dialogue, where institutions can actually learn from one another. So if you're interested and would like to get involved, I hope it's the case, please come and talk to Matilda, Ian, Tonya, and I, and the rest of the team this week. We're really happy to share more details with you. I'll stop very soon because we have a cocktail soon. And also we'll be organizing an information session about this project very soon to really tell you everything about it. yeah, and I guess to end this day, I want to re-say that we truly believe that by working together, we can make gender equality in science a reality and not just a goal on paper. So thank you very much and bon appétit.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias.
Very well, thank you so much. We have come to a much awaited moment. This cocktail is offered by Ray Guerrero. He's a chef from the Pacific region, the Pacific coast of Colombia. And he wants to share with all of you through your senses, food and drink, for you to feel this connection that we feel with Africa. He will be in the premises soon. The cocktail will be in the same area where we had lunch. So, just so you know, we will be going there. Is Ray already getting here? Let me know. And either way, please help me put on Ray's 3-minute video so that we know what awaits us downstairs.
Soy Rey Guerrero, hijo del Pacífico. En mi cocina no hay platos, hay historias. Cada receta que aprendí de mi madre y las mayoras del Pacífico es un acto de resistencia, un legado de memoria y dignidad afrocolombiana.
Todo el mundo está bailando, yo también lo sé bailar.
Sabores de Resistencia es mi historia y la de mi gente. Más de 90 fotografías, 53 recetas y un relato que une dolor, esperanza y orgullo. Aquí la cocina se convierte en memoria viva. El coco, la piangua, el biche no son solo ingredientes, son símbolos de libertad.
Todo el mundo está bailando, yo también lo sé bailar. Todo el mundo está bailando, yo también lo sé bailar. Como bailan los demás.
De niño conocí las dificultades, la escasez, la exclusión y el dolor de pertenecer.
Nací yo, y lo llaman viro viro.
Recuerdo aquella Navidad en la que llamé a mi madre y fingí haber comido. En Cartagena aprendí la lección más dura: el mundo no te regala nada. Y en el campo de concentración de Sachsenhausen, en Berlín, comprendí que la peor receta de la historia fue deshumanizar al ser humano. Hoy cocino en nombre de los que vinieron antes que yo. Cada plato es un grito de resistencia, una afirmación de vida. La cocina afrocolombiana no es un apéndice, es un pilar de nuestra cultura y merece reconocimiento global. Este libro es mi forma de decirle al mundo que la memoria del Pacífico vive en cada sabor. Sabores de Resistencia es más que un libro, es mi vida, la voz de mi gente y un legado para las futuras generaciones. Que el mundo escuche, que el mundo pruebe, que el mundo recuerde.
Muy bien, pues este chef es el que nos espera en el cóctel ahora en el mismo sitio donde recibimos el almuerzo. Los invitamos porque va a ser un momento muy especial que a través de la comida y de la música vamos a tener el sentido de herencia del África en Colombia. Los esperamos allí.